I could, and welcome to you all to today's Scottish Police Authority meeting at Merchants House in Glasgow. I have apologies from Angela Leach and Katrina Stewart. That's all. And can members confirm if there are any declarations of interest or connections before the meeting commences formally? No, thank you very much. Can you also confirm that there's no other items of business that you wish to raise during this meeting which aren't on the agenda? Okay, thank you. Now we have a number of items in private, 3 of them. Firstly, the private minute from the last meeting. Secondly, an update on the Shaker Bio inquiry to us as a board. And the last item in private is to discuss pay and reward. Are you content to take those items in private? Thank you. The minute for the meeting held on the 26th of September is down for approval. Subject to any comments, can I ask members to approve the draft minutes? Thank you, that's the minutes approved. In terms of the action log, all actions are proposed for closure. If members are content, I'd invite you to approve the action log. Thank you very much. And decisions since the last full authority meeting, and since our last meeting in September, there's been one decision taken via correspondence, which was in relation to pay and reward. Thank you very much. So I come on to agenda item 3, which is my own chair's report. I'll take the report as read. Just one comment, as I thank the Scottish Police Federation for the invitation for myself and the Chief Executive to come to the, and Alistair Hay, to come to the Bravery Awards last night in Edinburgh. An outstanding event and a great tribute to outstanding police officers. I really enjoyed my evening with all of you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions on my report? Alistair?
It's not really a question, it's just to highlight that it does refer to the fact that the revised model of policing and the oversight group has been stood down. And it's just really for everybody's information that the Policing Performance Committee will now take over the main oversight of this work. Looking at the 3-year business plan, there's a performance framework being developed for this, and this will be looked at in detail on a 6-monthly basis. And the first time that this will happen will actually be on the 11th of December, and thereafter any highlights from the update, from looking at the progress on the business plan, will be brought to the full board through the PPC Chair's reports. So it's really just to highlight that.
Thank you very much indeed. I suppose I've just got one comment to make in terms of my own overall report, is that whilst we're in discussions with the Scottish Government about our revenue for next year and our capital funding, we made the very clear and strong case, and we'll come back to that, I'm sure, over the course of the meeting, for significant increased capital funding to dramatically improve the quality of our estate and up our technology. And these are critical issues for the efficient delivery of policing, but also for the protection of our own officers and staff's well-being and welfare, not working out of some of the very poor quality buildings they do. And in making the case, we made the strong case, which I think was accepted, that Police Scotland is one of the very few, fire service being another, that has gone through very significant public service reform over the last 10 years, very significant structural reform, and it took a long time and a lot of effort to get that structural reform. And Police Scotland is now a national asset. It's in a very stable position. And Chief Constable Joe Farrell has undertaken a second level of public service reform, which is to look at police services and deliver that change through the work done on the revised model of policing, the new vision, the 3-year business plan. I hope what we've done is made the case that you have to be seen in the public service to reward, if that's the right word, organisations which have actually delivered reform. Police Scotland is one of the very few organisations, again the fire service is another, which actually now has less staff than it did a few years ago. Most other public service organisations have significantly more staff, and they haven't made the savings, the 200,000, £200 million a year savings that Police Scotland has made. So adding these together, we try to make the advocacy case that policing has actually reformed structurally first, which is an enormous effort, and I do thank everybody involved in that. But now the second phase of reform is in service reform, which is equally difficult to do and requires a great deal of planning, cooperation and development. So I hope we will be successful in our bid for both revenue funding, but I would probably make the emphasis, as we did to the Criminal Justice Committee when I set myself and the Chief Constable appeared before the Criminal Justice Committee, that with this increased capital investment over the next 10 years, we can make a difference to the public view of policing, the experience of our officers and staff, but also maintaining safety of the public with the refurbishment and redistribution of custody. So I make those points because it's I think we have been able to persuade our own Cabinet Secretary, and we hope that will persuade the Cabinet in terms of their look at our approach, and we'll come back to that in more detail. So I'm just going to finally ask you to approve to stand down the revised model of policing oversight group, and as Alistair said, to mainstream reporting over our 3-year business plan cycle. And thank you very much for DCC Connors for leading that work at very, very considerable pace and delivering what she promised to do in time that she promised to do it. A vision, Chief Constable's vision, a business plan and a route map. Thank you very much for that. And I'd like your approval to establish a Commonwealth Games 2026 Policing Oversight Group as set out in my appendix with the terms of reference. Can I ask for your approval for those two? Okay, thank you very much. I take that item as concluded. I'm going to come on to our committee chairs report. Now, we've got a very long agenda, so I know I've taken some time in mine, but I ask all the members to be quite short in their presentations. So firstly, Tom Halpin. Tom chairs the Policing Together Oversight Group. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. The report is before you. The points to highlight is a significant progress in developing the data as part of the terms of reference, giving us robust data that we can actually demonstrate the change that's been made, and encouragingly we're now developing a culture dashboard which will also bring in data not just in the policing together but also including tackling misogyny, sexual equality, etc. that is under the leadership of ACC Emma Bond. So bringing that together has given us a rich picture. The other area is the Chief Constable and her team are having a fundamental review of the use of independent review groups, and that's a key point for going forward. And in terms of discrimination, there's a fundamental review undergoing as well around the process and the hub for how we do equality and human rights impact assessment, and that will really get into the depth of the institution in terms of the issues around discrimination. So that's a significant progress being achieved there, and the next meeting is already in the diary for early in December, so the work continues.
Thank you for your work on that. I chair the revised model of policing oversight group. I've mentioned my pleasure at the delivery of all that we asked for, and we've now closed that group. So thank you, just repeat thank you to DCC Connors and the leadership of Chief Constable on that very effective delivery. And now it's going to be reported to Policing Performance Committee in terms of the commitments and the progress. Can I come to Forensic Services Committee? The chair is Paul Eadie. Paul?
Thank you, Chair. I'm conscious that we've also got a Director's report later on in the agenda which covers an awful lot of what we discussed at committee, but I'll pick out two things quickly. Firstly, noted a delay in the workforce plan, and this is to allow for further demand forecasting worked up with Police Scotland, and I understand there's a short life working group that is looking at that. And the second thing we discussed in depth was drug driving, which we, as you understand, do at every committee. And it's, I think, tomorrow that the deadline for time-barred cases reduces to 6 months, and we're given assurances that we'll be in a position to meet that. So that's the two in a nutshell.
Thank you very much indeed. I move on to Caroline Stewart from the Legal Committee, chairing Legal Committee.
Thanks, Chair. I'll take the minutes as read, but I would like to highlight that the committee continues to make progress on our objectives for this fiscal, which are to gain a better understanding of the pipeline of legal claims, the financial costs associated with them, including those of public inquiries, and joining up with our people colleagues on identifying trends and any lessons learned along the way. We would also like to recognise the continued hard work of Police Scotland and SPA colleagues in achieving these objectives. Thank you.
Caroline, come to Katharina Kasper, Chair of Complaints and Conduct Committee. Katharina.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, I also take the report as read. There's probably 2 points that I would like to pull out. The first one is, so one of the areas of focus for the committee was the fact that only a small percentage of allegations of discriminatory behaviour are upheld. So we inquired as to why that might be the case, and we've asked for a number of steps to be taken to help us understand the quality of the investigations into allegations of discriminatory behaviour. Obviously, there's very clear linkages there with the Policing Together programme, and we also have got tools such as the SPA dip sampling into investigations that we might be able to use there as well, just to give us that extra layer of assurance that just to understand why is it that such a small percentage of those allegations are upheld. The second point that I would like to highlight is another area of concern for the committee is the fact that there is some of the non-criminal complaints can take a very long time to resolve. There is a bit of a backlog, and we have received an update on what's known as Operation Glade. So I would probably describe it as a series of actions that the PSD department have put in place in order to get on top of that. So we have heard that there's been substantial enhancements in resourcing in terms of case handlers for complaints. We really, really welcome Operation Glade. We welcome the effort that's being put into getting on top of managing complaints, and we will be receiving updates on this going forward in the committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move on to Grant McRae, Chair of Resources Committee. Grant.
Thank you, Chair. I take the report largely as read. I'd just like to highlight 3 things. Firstly, on the revenue front, the biggest risk is the pay award for the current year, but also the funding for future years. Secondly, on the capital front, as mentioned earlier in the financial year, we have an ongoing concern about the delivery of the capital programme. And thirdly, on the benefits front, we have continuing concerns about measuring benefits and being able to demonstrate how cash and non-cash releasing benefits are being applied. So we've agreed a deep dive on this in January. Thank you.
Grant. And Mary Piccati, Chair of Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. The only thing I would want to draw attention to in this note is the final paragraph of the report relating to best value. Best value is about ensuring there's good governance and effective management of resources, with a focus on continuous improvement to deliver the best possible outcomes for the public, and that's what we're all focused on, obviously. Legally, responsibility for ensuring best value within policing rests with the accountable officer and the Chief Constable personally. It's been confirmed in September that Audit Scotland and HMICS will audit and inspect the best value arrangements made by Police Scotland, the authority and forensics. The review will take place in 2025, beginning in April or May. Now, it can look at a whole range of issues, including matters such as vision, leadership, working with partners and communities, and effective use of resources. I think it's fair to say that ARAC has expressed some concerns regarding the preparedness of Police Scotland for such an inspection. I would stress we're not suggesting that Police Scotland isn't delivering best value, but complex organisations can find it very difficult to produce sufficient clear evidence to support such a wide-ranging audit. It's certainly the case that preparation for the review will be time-consuming and will require significant coordination. Very recently, recruitment of a small team to support this work was completed, and we were very pleased to find that at the meeting. Team members will commence work soon. But time is now fairly short, and ARAC has asked for regular updates. The next of these is due in early January, and we hope to see good progress. Thank you.
Very much, Mary. Now, the final report is from our People Committee Chair. They met yesterday, and a written report will be provided at the next authority meeting, but I asked Fiona McQueen to give some comments on what her committee was discussing yesterday.
Thanks, Chair. As you say, we'll send the fuller report to our next full board meeting, but I did want to comment on the fact that we received a briefing and evidence about the staff survey results. We had our trade union and staff association colleagues with us, and we had, I thought, a very helpful and fruitful conversation with that. We clearly have this matter on agenda item 11, but what we focused on was the fact that there had significant transparency and acceptance of the results. The trade unions and staff associations recognised in the results what their members had been telling them. There were some areas, real areas of strength in terms of working within the team, access to welfare support, access to safety equipment, but there were areas for improvement in terms of staff were really keen to have meaningful and stretching work, but a manageable workload, needing to have a psychologically safe environment to speak out. And it was across the three organisations, and there were variations in some of the results, but certainly at People Committee we were clear we're expecting to see full involvement of the trade unions and the staff associations in creating the solutions that will then give us the improvements that we will see, and we're delighted to have that commitment from across the organisations about annual update and review. And I think critically making sure that the 3-year business plan and Operation Evolve take cognizance of staff voice in what was being said, so that we can move forward in a positive way. Thank you.
For that, Fiona. We'll be coming back to this item through the director's reports and through the substantial issue item 11. I like the progress that we've had so far. It will provide a very clear benchmark about where we are and where we can seek and show improvements in this area. And I like the fact it will be evidence-based on the direction of the questions asked in Scotland of Scottish Police Service and SPA Forensics and our own SPA. So thank you for that very brief update. It will be discussed in more detail, as I said, later on in the agenda, and then your own committee will have a far greater inquiry into it, no doubt, and you'll be looking, as you said, for the improvement actions that may come up. But at the moment, it was only released a few days ago to us, so great. I think that's us on the Chair's report, so I'm going to move straight on to item 5, which is the Chief Constable report, and I'll hand over to Chief Constable Joe Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I want to begin by acknowledging the 20th anniversary of the murder of Alistair Wilson. Today, Police Scotland makes a fresh appeal for information relating to Alistair's murder. I would repeat our appeal that anyone with information, please contact us on 101 or through our dedicated online portal, which can be found on our website. A new investigation team is in place, and detectives will examine evidence gathered over the last 20 years, as well as investigate new opportunities for fresh lines of inquiry, such as advantages in technology and forensic testing. We are committed to this reinvestigation, and I would underline our support for Alistair's family and our resolute determination to bring those involved in Alistair's murder to justice. Turning to my report, I want to thank our communities, colleagues at Scottish Fire and Rescue Service and other partners who worked with policing across months of planning and prevention, and then during the intense period from the end of October into early November in response to the misuse of fireworks around Bonfire Night. During our Operation Moonbeam period, I was able to meet with and thank officers, staff and partners for their contribution, and I was hugely impressed by the collaborative approach taken to keep our communities safe with partners and the people we serve. Police officers and blue light colleagues once again demonstrated bravery and professionalism to respond to unacceptable behaviour and serious offending in parts of Edinburgh and Glasgow. Although we did not experience the unprecedented violence, sustained disorder and large number of officers injured of 2023, communities and emergency service workers were still subjected to completely unacceptable conduct. I want to send a very clear message that violence and disorder is not tolerated, and we continue to use the evidence gathered on the nights and through follow-up investigations to bring those responsible to justice. As of today, we have made 52 arrests and investigations continue. We are also working with partners, including Scottish Government, to determine what more can be done to prevent disorder, violence and the misuse of fireworks around bonfire night, and what further diversions can be implemented. At this stage, I want to place on record my thanks to officers and staff and emergency service colleagues. Earlier this month, Scotland welcomed law enforcement colleagues from around the world as Interpol hosted the 92nd General Assembly in Glasgow. This international event shone a global spotlight on policing in Scotland, and I met with the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, and the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, following the opening of the ceremony. The event was an important opportunity to maintain and build upon the significant collaboration at international, national and regional levels between Police Scotland and agencies including Interpol, the National Crime Agency and others to make Scotland and the world a safer place. And my report details core outcomes and operational action in respect of drug dealing and human trafficking which underline these principles. My report also highlights significant criminal justice outcomes following investigations into murder, culpable homicide and sexual offending, illustrating our commitment to securing justice for victims and their families. Police Scotland is resolute in our determination to tackle violence against women and girls, and our operational action and close engagement with partners and stakeholders, including survivor groups, continues to be complemented by powerful prevention campaigns. The latest iteration of our That Guy campaign, which encourages men to reflect on their own and their friends' and relatives' behaviour towards women. The campaign commenced at the end of October and has been shared widely. And in the coming weeks, we follow That Guy with a support for 16 days of activism and our domestic abuse campaign. As we enter the festive period, we will also focus on drink and drug driving as part of our one year-round partnership approach on road safety. The impact of fatal and serious collisions has a long-lasting consequences for those involved and people who have witnessed crashes and the emergency responders first on the scene. Road safety is a significant priority for Police Scotland, and our officers are out every day educating road users and carrying out enforcement. I'm also grateful to His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland for his work to highlight this crucial area of policing, and we are working to meet the recommendations made. It was encouraging to see the importance of road safety partnerships and our good work with partners recognised in this report. We have outlined that we will identify and implement a sustainable model for road policing. I've been clear policing must evolve to meet demand, with a focus on enabling frontline officers and staff to deliver for communities. My report illustrates the intense and broad demand policing responds to day in, day out, and our vision for policing and business plan sets out how we'll meet the challenges of today and those on the horizon. Last night, I thanked and congratulated officers and their families at the Scottish Police Federation Annual Awards ceremony held in Edinburgh. The awards are an important night in the policing calendar, where we recognise and celebrate our officers for their vital public service. And it's important to shine a light on their outstanding work. An appropriately resourced effective police service is essential to deliver safer communities, less crime, supported victims, and a thriving workforce. And along with the authority, I continue to ask the Scottish Government to support a second phase of police reform. And at the end of October, we outlined our budget proposals for 25-26 to the Criminal Justice Committee of the Scottish Parliament. Later today, we will outline our strategic approach to estates planning over the next 10 years, a crucial element. The budget proposal allows us to maintain a maximum of 16,600 police officers as part of a workforce of over 22,000, and budgets for 25-26 pay award in line with the public sector pay policy. Pay is our most significant element of spend, accounting for around 87% of our revenue costs, and pay inflation represents the largest proportion of revenue uplift. My report outlines that headline 4.75% pay award offers have been made to officers and staff for this current year, 24-25. And formal processes are now underway to seek to progress agreements with officers and staff, and we remain committed to achieving a fair outcome. I've consistently highlighted the skill, commitment, goodwill and professionalism our officers, staff and volunteers demonstrate as they deliver a challenging and essential public service for our communities. I would take this opportunity to publicly reiterate and record my thanks for all they do. As well as appropriate resourcing, equipment and fair pay, officers, staff and volunteers must know that they are valued, have a voice, and that we will act on what they say to improve their experiences and better support them to deliver for communities. That's why we opened a service-wide survey over the summer, and we had over 11,000 responses, which is a really strong response. We've now published national findings with internal communication and engagement to share the results ongoing. And in the coming weeks and months, we'll follow up with our workforce at a national and local level to set out the action we'll take based on what they've told us. I'm also committed to running a survey on an annual basis. Key to driving better experiences for all communities within Police Scotland and across broader society is our Policing Together programme, led by Assistant Chief Constable Katrina Payton. My report outlines the development of learning under the Policing Together banner, including face-to-face anti-racist sessions and an act, don't react approach to interactions with colleagues and members of the public, which can help to keep people safe and increase trust in policing. At the same time, we continue to host, recognise and celebrate events and the key dates through our Policing Together programme. And I've outlined a number of important engagements since my report in September, which can develop our understanding of and the links with communities, including Black History Month, Disability History Month, and a meeting of community and faith leaders in Glasgow. I also outline our attendance and recognition of Remembrance Sunday. And finally, I outlined the latest intake of probationary constables who took their oath of office earlier this month, bringing our officer establishment to our budgeted maximum. I'm grateful to our recruitment team for their significant efforts to bring us to this position, and we continue to recruit officers to maintain that number as we experience natural attrition, for example, through retirement. Thank you, Chair, and I'll now take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. I have a number of authority members wishing to ask questions. I'll go through them in the order I have them. Pauline Howie.
Thanks very much. Congratulations on being awarded the Mental Health Pathway Award at the recent Scottish Health Awards. Really pleased to see that work being recognised. You also mentioned in the report the Mental Health Task Force, and I wonder if you could explain what the priorities are for the coming year and the outcomes you expect to achieve. Thank you.
for the question. Obviously, we put energy into the creation of a task force around mental health, and there's probably 3 or 4 key areas for us. Firstly, it's about collaboration, and a lot of the work that we'd want to do around mental health relies on a number of key agencies working in collaboration with us. We're working closely just now with the Scottish Government around the publication of a multi-agency collaboration framework, which will be something that we will build on. I think one of the key elements for us is about bespoke training. We've seen over 1,700 officers trained now in distress intervention training. We've trained our entire C3 staff, which supports the mental health pathways, and we're working really hard in that space to look at alternative ways of handling those matters that come in through our call centres, and we're seeing over 400 incidents per month now diverted to colleagues within the National Health Service. I think we want to continue to develop a risk assessment, and that's around how do we transfer the responsibility around supporting those that are most vulnerable. And probably over the coming months, for me, it will be about embedding and building on the training and enhancing our referral pathways. So there's a real range of activity. I think, how do we capture that, and how do we be clear that we're making progress? Well, again, we want to create a dashboard that provides the mental health data that we can share with partners. So considerable activity, but some really tangible elements that we want to work on in the coming months.
I'm going to come on to Chris Cregan. A number of members got 2 questions. If I could just ask you to ask 1 question, and I'll come back to you later on after members have had a chance to ask a question. So Chris, your question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I particularly welcome what's said around the progress in relation to policing together, noting my colleague Tom Halpin's comments earlier, and the importance of combining internally focused activities with the strategy for external service delivery. I wonder if you could say a little more about how you are using the learning, the expertise, the experience that you garner from the kinds of events which are described in the report, Black History Month, Disability History Month, all of that engagement to drive the tangible action and progress that you refer to, and I know you seek.
Again, for the question, one of the key strands of activity in the Policing Together programme is around community, and that is about partnership working. We've benefited hugely from the role of NISAG, the support from the independent reference group, and in relation to the public inquiry, there too we have a professional reference group, and tomorrow we'll bring all of those partners or members together and look at how do we have a single advisory council that can support us going forward. There has been a number of events over the course of this year which has demanded us to be as engaging as we possibly can, as we looked at some of the disorder from Southport, and we've worked really closely with those community partners. We've also refreshed community advisors, and we now have a really bespoke job description and clear remit, and we introduced and welcomed another 24 community advisors to the Police College only in the last month. So one of the really vital strands for us is about that community and partner engagement, and particularly with those harder to reach communities. And over the course of the year, we're grabbing as many opportunities as we possibly can to involve those partners. I think it will be vitally important, and the oversight group Mr Halpin spoke about, it's vital that we measure progress, and you will see from the staff survey there's a series of questions around culture and discrimination. That will become a vital benchmark for us going forward in terms of measuring progress, and that will work in parallel with our dashboard that we are creating. So again, I think the dashboard, the review of that work, and I think the training that we've invested hugely in what we are now calling unity training, which is around anti-racism. That training is now starting to roll out. We've tested the training over the course of this month, and we will seek to see over 3,000 officers trained in face-to-face anti-racism and discrimination training before the end of this year. So some of those products will add value. and we will have to work hard to assess the benefits that comes from that training. But our ambition is that every employee, whether it's a police officer or member of staff within Police Scotland, will undergo and participate in that training programme.
Chair, can I just to add to that, and I know members of the board were part of the event to mark the end of Black History Month. What struck me 1 year on from when we had the event previously was both the wealth and depth of contribution, both from individuals within the organisation, but also key community members, stakeholders, and that the presentations and the conversations and the questions were far richer. And for me, certainly, and others would have a view, we have moved along in terms of acknowledging our desire to be anti-racist, and the quality and the depth and the openness with which both colleagues within the organisation and our partners and members of the community are having those conversations and really focusing on how we're making a difference and what are the tangible benefits. And I'm sure that the colleagues on the board who were at that event would also recognise that, and this will develop and go from strength to strength. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I agree, I was at that event. I think it was hugely interesting, insightful, and as you say, a really rich seam of activity and across those internal and external lines, which I think which made it all the richer.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you, Chris, but I'm going to move on to Alistair Hay. Alistair.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you, Chief Constable, for your report. I'd like to focus in on Operation Moonbeam. And I have to say I'm absolutely delighted that you report that there was no serious injuries to officers on the night, especially given what occurred in 2023. You comment about the use of additional powers that are now available under the Fireworks and Pyrotechnics Articles Act 2022, and you reference the use of fireworks control zones and dispersal zones that were put in place in Edinburgh. I know that you'll still be going through a debriefing process with your partners, but I wonder if you could expand slightly on the benefits you found making use of these additional powers.
For the question, and as you say, and as the Chief Constable said, really important that we didn't see significant injuries to officers. And I'd just like to place again thanks to the command team and all the officers that were involved in it. I think the extra powers have two elements. One is a deterrent factor, so control zone, firework control zones, as well as dispersal zones. When you add it to a raft of different tactics, people know that those powers are in place. They know the areas that the dispersal zones and the firework control zones are in place, and therefore they know that police will have a presence and there is an outcome if their behaviour within those zones is not acceptable. So I think in particular they can work well as part of a kind of suite of other tactics. I think I'd just like to also highlight the prevention work that was done particularly in Dundee. So they've been working for 2 years due to the issues that they've had in Dundee and Kirkton with some of the disorder. We saw intelligence that this Operation Moonbeam would have to move further earlier into Halloween rather than just bonfire night, so we stood up an operation through Halloween. So this extended much further this year than it has done previously. But Dundee didn't see significant disorder, and I think that was because of the proactive and joint patrols that was done with the fire service, high visibility in hotspot areas with community wardens. There was joint youth interventions with the fire service, trading standards about the sale of fireworks and the sale of fuel, which we have seen them use petrol bombs before. Waste management with local authority to clear waste management, so again fire prevention, and our youth volunteers did surveys and went around on that as well. There were community clear-ups, so the community was really involved in this process. It wasn't just local authorities or the policing. And skips were put out to do prevention. The police particularly visited repeat offenders or if there was information or intelligence about individuals, so a very proactive approach from policing in that particular area, as we did across the country, and really clear communications. And actually one of the football teams ran a diversion event as well. So I highlight that as a really good example of how prevention, community policing, local partners working together can really have a reduction. And that obviously benefits the community, because not just responding, it's actually preventing the disorder. So as part of examples, I think, yes, those tactics and deterrence and the ability of us to enforce in those areas is really important. But that prevention is key. And I also kind of join others in supporting the fireworks for organised displays rather than just being available, because that is part of the issue that we face around that. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair, and thank you for your long-standing interest in this issue. As a former Chief Fire Officer for Scotland, very welcome your insights onto these issues. I'm going to kind of come back to you on another question, but I'm going to come on to Tom Halpin.
Thank you. We heard in the Chair's report the work that's ongoing with the revised model of policing and mainstreaming it through in the governance side through policing performance. And my question is focusing on local communities within this and the local policing service delivery review, and if there's any comments about how that will work with that larger area of reform going forward, and when we might see detail of that.
Thank you very much for the question. One of the key elements of the revised model of policing is, as you say, the local police and service delivery review. And this particularly focuses into our local policing areas, because as we know, when Police Scotland was formed a very big focus on specialist crime, national divisions, and the same focus was not put into local policing. So a real opportunity here and a real pillar of the revised model of policing, building the frontline capacity, enhancing the community policing, and also better supporting victims, which are some of our key areas. I think the main things about the local policing service delivery review is the community model and how that's going to be brought forward. We're particularly focusing at the moment, we will start to roll this out in April 2025, but we are, and I think the Chief Constable has described it before, is we're wringing out the organisation and all the capacity and capability that we have within the organisation to strengthen the front line. And that is moving operationally fit staff into roles that support the front line, being able to take out some of the functions that are ongoing through custom and practice have built in the middle of the organisation and actually depleted the front line. Because what that does is it actually depletes our community model. And what we see is a backfilling of response teams and then a reduction onto the community. So being able to wring that out and also create the capacity, and we've talked about this many times, which is mental health, reduction in mental health calls, missing people, criminal justice, and also citations. All of those areas will increase capacity. So this isn't just about trying to look at the structures of the organisation, it's actually being able to move around and create the capacity on it. So that community model is the key focus of the local policing service delivery review. That has a really key element in the problem solving and the prevention space, and I talked about that in relation to Dundee. We have some really good examples of local community policing and prevention strategies. The community planning partnerships, improving leave and mouth together is a really good example since 2019, where local partners and communities have come together with a community policing model. The other elements of the local police and service delivery review is how do we deliver local investigation, how do we link to the national investigators and make sure that we are delivering on local crime as well as the really serious crime that we sit within the national divisions. And also the final bit is how we do resolution and how we contact the public, because we need to reduce the number of times the public have to contact us if they want an update, for example, victims. You can have 5 or 6 touch points in the organisation, and actually we need to reduce that and do that service for that. So we will be bringing forward the community element in 2025, but they all interlink. What that will do is strengthen the front line, support victims, and make sure that our frontline capacity is delivering for communities. Thank you.
Press you slightly in terms of its review. will that be completed at some stage, and then there's an implementation of what the review found? And when you've completed your review, will you be presenting it either to the Policing Performance Committee or to this board? I think given the number of officers in local policing, 10,000 I think, given your renewed focus on local policing, it'd be very helpful to have some forum by which that's explained about your conclusions and then your delivery timetable.
Due to Resources Committee for an update. I believe it's in February when we're near our thing. The thing I would say about the review is it's always going to be a constant evolution because it's such a thing. But yes, there will be timelines and areas that we can bring forward as we move into the next stages of the review. But it is due to Resources Committee.
That would be great. Due to Resources Committee and then presumably integrated into your business planning to go to Policing Performance Committee where we can look at the outcomes you hope to achieve and progress towards those outcomes.
Yes, so it goes into Resources Committee because it's part of the change programme, but all of the updates and the actual outcomes go through into Performance Committee, so you can see the totality.
Thank you for that. I think it's a central plank to the revised model of policing, myself, and the clearer we are as a board, the more we can assist with the resource issues. I've got a question from Grant.
Thank you, Chief Constable, for your comments about road safety. And I'd just like to ask you if you could outline a bit more about the timetable for introducing the sustainable model for road policing, and in particular how you plan to measure the impact of it.
The work by Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabularies was a really important piece of work for us, both in terms of highlighting many areas of roads policing that are very positive and making a significant impact. I know that there's been a lot of focus and commentary on this area of policing, and we all know at this board that the service and the capabilities that we provide to the communities of Scotland are to a degree in line with the funding that is available to us. So would I want more roads policing officers? Yes, of course I would. But we balance that, as you all know, against many other priorities. But in answer to your question, many of the recommendations were really important for us in terms of setting the direction, links with our drive around efficiency and our ability to move officers into front line roles. So it comes at a good time so that we can take those recommendations, decide on how we can enhance those resources and where there's opportunities to draw together other areas of policing, such as firearms, roads, and together, and maybe create some more capacity and visibility on the front line. We've got a response in relation to the recommendations, and the governance and the progress will be routed through the various governance routes in due course. But a really important piece of work for us.
That will include measuring the impact of it as they're implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. But to draw out the report, it makes a number of very positive comments in relation to particularly our preventative work, and I know that's a focus both for us in terms of keeping communities safe, but as I referenced in my report, the horror around fatal and serious road traffic collisions that we see, unfortunately, regularly across the roads in Scotland.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to Alistair Hay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You've made very clear that you want to prioritise frontline policing services, and DCC Corners has re-emphasised that today when speaking about the review that's currently taking place. But you highlight in here the use of the force mobilisation model, which I read that as flexing the organisation, you know, to meet variations in demand. But all roles within policing are vital. So when people come out from their day jobs to reinforce the front line, I wonder what your thoughts are on possible impacts, the benefits to the front line, but maybe wider impacts in the organisation are.
Thank you. Ahead of the survey that we've conducted, the messages that I was receiving and colleagues were receiving when we were talking to frontline staff was that the ability for us to respond at the weekends was particularly challenging. And we know, don't we, all the demands that policing faces across the weekend and impacted by events such as sporting events and protests. So we see the demand rising. And ahead of the survey, and it comes out in the survey, I knew that policing on the front line was under pressure over the weekends. So there was an absolute obligation on me to do something about that. So we are working through a programme where we are going to mobilise all of the workforce onto a pattern where we have additional resources through the weekends to support our frontline colleagues to ensure that we can keep communities safe, reduce crime, support victims, but also talking to that fourth strand of the vision about a thriving workforce. And it would be, you know, it would be remiss of me not to respond to what I was hearing. We celebrate the recruitment and the endeavours that have gone on to get us to over 16,600, but at the same time we have an inexperienced workforce at the front line in many areas, and often led by sergeants who have limited experience. So it was important, I felt, that we're able to provide additional support, and we're doing that through that mobilisation plan. It's not without its challenges, but we are working through, and we are talking to our associations and our support associations to ensure that we take into account people's individual circumstances, but with a focus on we need to be able to respond to the public, and I want to be confident that we can both meet the demands that we often see through the weekend from events, but at the same time, if you call us, if you call 999 and it's emergency, that we're able to provide that policing response. I think it's important that frontline colleagues have the ability to take time off at the weekend, and that they have that work-life balance together with colleagues who maybe work more straightforward shift patterns.
Thank you very much. Now, I have a question, but I'm going to ask board members. Anybody else got a question? Thank you. My question is about the national conversation about live facial recognition. Now, we agreed with Brian Plaster, who will be here in June at the Biometrics conference, a very successful UK conference led by yourselves, ourselves, and Brian Plasto as a Biometrics Commissioner. And we agreed to a one-year national conversation about live facial recognition. And we made it quite clear that wasn't a consultation. We weren't planning to introduce this. We wanted a conversation about what people's views about it, what the issues were in human rights terms, legal terms, value for money terms, the AI, quality of the AI and its ability. And we re-met last week to try to refocus this conversation, and you were very helpful. We're going to set up a national steering group to do that, a short life steering group. I wonder if you could just reiterate your views on this conversation, because I think it's very important we do make it clear that this is an open conversation. It doesn't have an end point of introduction. It has a, well, here's the view of the conversation in all its pros and cons. So I wonder if you could just have an opportunity, because I don't think we've explained it as well as we might have done. Certainly I don't think I have. And then I'll ask you to just make a comment on that.
So we had the meeting with the Biometrics Commissioner and yourself, Chair, last week, and in support of our three-year business plan, we reference science, innovation and technology. And we know that elsewhere across policing in the UK, live facial recognition is being used currently. It's important, obviously, with the deployment of any technology, that before we do that, that we have and are able to maintain the confidence of our communities, and that people recognise both the value of any new technology, but they also are confident and satisfied that we have the right governance, the right measures in relation to implementation. So ahead of any route down to implementation, what we agreed that was really, really important is we have the conversation first, not consultation, that will come maybe subsequently, but the conversation so that people are able to air their views, for us to be able to describe the benefits, the measures, the safeguards, talk through the potential fears that people have in relation to this. Because while use of technology in law enforcement brings around efficiency and effectiveness, it is only going to make an impact if people have trust and confidence in the deployment of that technology. So that is our starting point, and as a human rights compliant organisation, important that between yourselves, ourselves and the Biometrics Commissioner, that we open that conversation and we are open to those views, and we are absolutely transparent in that process. I've asked DCC Beck Smith to be the strategic lead for Police Scotland in relation to that, and I'm confident that we will create opportunities for people who have many, many varied views in relation to this, and allow them to engage with us in that conversation. And that conversation will take a number of different forms. Do you want to just add a bit more into that? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, for the question, and thank you, Chief Constable. I think just a couple of points to add, really. Sort of being the strategic lead on this, it's really important that we get this right, and we know the benefits that technology can give us in a policing context, but we also know how strong people's views are in this particular area, and I think the conversation will allow us to explore all of that. Also really keen to bring in use cases from across the UK, understand where the deployment has worked really well and where it hasn't, and the reasons for that, and understand a bit more, and look at benchmarking too in terms of different sectors and areas that use the technology. And I think following the right steps through that pathway will then allow us to understand whether this is the right use of the technology for Scotland, what the views are of different partners, how we were to deploy that if we were to do that, the consultation publicly, and then ultimately the decisions as to where we went as an organisation. But I want to ensure and commit to following that pathway appropriately, and as you say, having that strategic conversation I think will enable us to bring the right people around the table to do that.
Thank you. I'm delighted that you're going to lead this strategy for the Police Scotland. Our Chief Executive will allocate one of our senior staff, and I'm sure Brian Plastow will either do it himself or allocate there. Very pleased with this. I mean, my timetable is I would like it to report by May, which is just about 12 months after we made the announcement. I was very pleased to see the Home Office announce a similar national conversation in England and Wales. I assume they knew nothing about us, or I might take credit for what they've done. It depends on how that goes. I think that will help us because they're going to report by the end of the year. I don't know whether that's the financial year or the calendar year, but it's certainly going to be before we report. And they have the same objectives: open up, transparent and open conversation to look at the concerns that people will have, the use value that it may have, and use the experience of its deployment in London and Wales and other places. I think that's very important. I'm looking forward to that conversation because there's a great deal of information out there, not all of it up to date. And putting it into a conclusion, my desire would be to have some final round table, fairly traditional round table in Italiano, or some large events that we've had before, to go through the results of the conversation in all its glory. So that would be my view. I agree with DCC Smith, this is a critical stage. If we get this right, we will know where we are over the next 5 to 10 years on critical deployments or non-deployments. And if we don't get it right, we will actually create the barriers to understanding of this area. And as I said in June, I'm not committed to any outcome. What I am committed to is open and transparent national conversation, all voices being heard. But ultimately, it'll be for the Chief Constable to make a decision on this, and for the the offering it through the MOU, and for our systems to examine that in terms of its legality and its use value. And I look forward to the conclusion of the national conversation in the summer of next year. So I think, Chief Constable, that's us asking those questions of you. If we have some time still before a break, I would like to move on, if that's okay, into the item 6 with the Chief Executive's report. Chief Executive Brown.
Thank you, Chair. At the last meeting of the authority, you approved the annual report and accounts for 23-24, subject to a number of issues being resolved, and they were resolved in time for the deadline of the 31st of October, and the auditor has provided an unmodified audit opinion. The accounts were led in Parliament on this week, Tuesday the 26th, and we also at that point published the document on the website. I would like to say that there is no recommendation for a Section 22 report from the auditor to the Scottish Parliament, and I know this is your last meeting, Chair, and I'd like to say that there's never been a Section 22 report since you took over the chair of the authority. In addition, we will also publish a short and engaging a summary version that highlights the operational financial performance in a much more digestible format. And finally, the auditor's annual report and accounts have been published on our website. Chair, I just would like to raise an issue around chair member recruitment. I think there's an area of risk getting heightened in this, and I just want to draw this to the attention of the authority. The Scottish Government has indicated that the Public Appointments Team will launch a recruitment process for a new chair before the end of this calendar year. This is later than we had hoped. We thought this would be done in September, so I would be really assured if this could happen before the end of this calendar year. In addition to this, we have 2 members who will step down at the end of their 8-year appointment terms on the 31st of March 25, and then a further 2 in March 26. The Public Appointments Team are also responsible for the recruitment of all authority members, and therefore we have initiated discussions with them on the need for this recruitment process to happen as early as possible in 2025, so we can fill these vacancies and have a robust system for our oversight. The Chief Constable has already touched on the pay award. I'd just like to give some sort of process information around that from the authority's perspective. A headline 4.75% offer was made to officers and staff on the 18th of October 24, and this was rejected by the staff side of the PMBS, and following a consultative ballot of their membership, the offer was accepted by Unite and rejected by Unison. The staff side formally registered through PMBS a failure to agree with the independent PNSBA secretary on the 29th of October, and subsequently the first stage conciliation of a 3-stage process has commenced. Unison registered a failure to agree on the 4th of November, triggering the formal dispute process under the JNCC recognition agreement. This is also a 3-stage process. Chair, I'd like to move on to the staff survey results for the SPA corporate, and I'd like to say that I am reassured by the response that we have had from the staff. We have a 64% return rate, and Annex 1 sets out the results, and you will see that all the areas are green, with our lowest level of engagement at 74%. The highest at 86% for culture, and as you know, Chair, I have a great view that culture drives improvement, and I was very reassured to see that. One of the things I particularly was pleased with was that 100% of staff said they felt that they were trusted to do their job. However, there are areas for improvement, particularly around the issues of 10% said they had experienced bullying or harassment or discrimination, and 7% of staff had witnessed this. And as I said, there's no room for complacency in this, and we will be taking that forward. One of the areas that we do pursue is exchange with other police authorities and other police bodies, and particularly in terms of oversight, to share knowledge, to learn best practice, and to that end there was a visit to West Midlands office of the Police and Crime Commissioner at the end of October, and we looked at areas around performance reporting, diversion, early intervention, violence reduction, the oversight of change, equality and community involvement. In addition as well, staff attended the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners annual summit this month, and the areas again that were looked at were the changes in crime over the next 10 years, public trust and confidence, measuring productivity, prevention partnerships, race and equality, and many other really valid and relevant topics. The Scottish Railway Policing Commission met on the 19th of September, and a note of that meeting is appended to my report. And also further information can be found in the British Transport Police Authority website. In terms of awards, Chair, I'd like to congratulate Lindsay Davey, our information lead at the SPA, who I think is the first SPA member of staff to win the Staff Scottish Women's Development Forum Staff Award in October 2024. Lindsay was nominated in recognition for the work she's done over the last year on digital evidence sharing capacity, in particular her work with dealing with the issues around Microsoft. In addition, our independent custody visiting team were successful at picking up an outstanding external partner award at the Police Scotland Criminal Justice Service Division annual awards. Finally, Chair, I do have a note about your retirement, but I will speak about that later on at the end of the public session. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive. Are there any questions? I think I got one from Grant. Caroline.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Executive, for your report. I was particularly pleased to read about the knowledge exchange visit and the links with the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. As I think you all know, I'm very keen on benchmarking and peer reviews because I think there's an awful lot of benefit can come out of that. And I think the more of these sort of visits that can be built into a recurring timetable, I think the better, because I think we'll all benefit hugely from that. But delighted to read about it. Thank you.
And you'd be delighted to know on the benchmarking of the costs relation to the authority and oversight of policing, we bear very well our scrutiny. We were one of the most cost-effective, I believe, of all the oversight bodies in the UK. Question from Caroline.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lynn, for your report. And I just wanted to highlight and to pay tribute to you for the results of the staff survey. Most organisations in both the private and the public sector would be delighted to get results such as you have with their organisation. So I want to say well done to you and the team for that. And I especially want to highlight the work you've done in culture, the team, and the individual role, because these are the things that build kind of can-do, action-orientated organisations, and that's where you get results from. So I just wanted to say very well done. Thank you.
Fiona?
Lynn, in your report you've mentioned the pay awards and outlined some details that have happened over the past few weeks and months. I wonder if you could give us any indication of looking forwards to a timeline of the next stage of events, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've not been in this position before, so the various stages of the three-stage process, as referred to in my report, are new territory for all of us involved. What I can say is the authority and Police Scotland are committed to effective and meaningful engagement with both processes and conducting them as timely as possible so the resolution can be found for officers and staff as soon as practical. Thank you.
Any other questions? I attended the Scottish Women's Development Forum award ceremony. Always a great joy, actually, to attend their events. Really do mean that. And congratulations to Lindsay Davey. She worked on an immensely strange area of work, which is immensely beneficial to us, which is about the implementation of DESC and its relationship to the Cloud Act and all the restrictions applied to there. very detailed, very technical, and it resulted in a transformation in the work that we were doing with Microsoft, which then would have had lots of benefits and would have to be applied across the United Kingdom. So this is a leadership role that Lindsay played, and it was an extraordinary privilege to be there to see her receive this award, working under the direction of our Chief Constable. And I would repeat what Caroline said, these results on the staff survey are a great credit to you, so thank you very much for that too.
Yeah, that's something to
Of course you
add to that. Lindsay won the award quite deservedly, but also Scott Ross and Susan Montgomery were crucial to that work in terms of desk.
Indeed, yes, and they certainly were. I think that's us on your report. Thank you very much for your report. I still have some time before I'm going to keep you here until 11:30 and then have a break then. I'm going to go on to the Forensic Services Director's report, and we have a break. If we need to, we'll go over the break, but up to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the 30th of October, it was my pleasure to join the Chair of the Authority and the Chief Executive to give evidence to the Criminal Justice Committee as part of their pre-budget scrutiny for the 2025-26 budget for policing. As part of this evidence, I was able to provide information in relation to the ongoing work that's being undertaken to develop a long-term sustainable model for the delivery of criminal toxicology services in Scotland that meets the size and scale of the challenge, particularly in relation to tackling drug driving offences on the roads of Scotland. The initial business case that's been developed sets out options for future delivery of the service that meets the anticipated needs of Police Scotland. This business case will be presented to the Resources Committee in December and will set out several benefits of the requested investment, which will support the zero-tolerance approach to drug driving on the roads of Scotland. This includes supporting improvement in public safety and improving trust and confidence in forensic science and policing. In the summer, forensic services staff, amongst all colleagues in policing, were asked to provide their feedback across a range of areas through the staff survey. I'm very grateful that 2/3 of the people working in forensic services took the time to provide their feedback. The summary results are provided in the appendix to my report and are broadly in line with those of Police Scotland. Of particular concern was the number of staff members that reported that they had experienced some form of bullying, harassment, or discrimination. We will be taking forward work with staff across the service and with the trade unions to drive through improvement. This will involve a substantial amount of work as it will require significant cultural change to make improvements, including with the poor senior leadership engagement that was highlighted. As part of the annual review of our performance framework for forensic services, work is ongoing to consider all areas of performance reporting to build on learning from the first year that the framework has been in place and to ensure that we are focused on reporting against the full range of areas defined within our business plan and strategy. The results of the staff survey and other work around improving inclusivity within forensic services will be considered alongside this, so that we have clear, measurable outcomes that support the cultural change required to deliver for all our staff, alongside the commitment to provide best value forensic services across the country. Earlier this month, the Home Secretary visited the Scottish Crime Campus to meet with partners that operate out of the facility and to hear feedback on the benefits of collaboration across agencies in the fight against organised crime and counter-terrorism. During this visit, there was an opportunity to consider the strength of the model that we have in Scotland to deliver forensic services in comparison to the relatively fragmented approach in England and Wales. We will continue to share our experiences and best practice when we meet with officials and other stakeholders in coming weeks and months. Forensic Services is in the process of appointing professional services to support the development of our strategic workforce plan. Once this is completed, it will identify and anticipate workforce needs and challenges, allowing action to be taken to ensure the organisation remains resilient not only today but also into the future. To enable this work, Forensic Services is working closely with Police Scotland colleagues to determine what their long-term demands may be so that we can ensure the service is developed to meet these. Having an effective strategic workforce plan is also important to our staff that report challenges in the amount of resources and skills-based training that is available in some areas to meet the needs of our partners. It takes a long time to build specialist areas of competency in forensic science, and as such it is so important that we have a long-term view of demand and what is required to deliver scientific outcomes that continue to support partners in keeping communities safe. Finally, I was delighted to welcome members of Forensic Services staff and colleagues from Police Scotland, the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service and the Scottish Police Authority to our second annual Forensic Excellence Awards held in Stirling at the end of September. It was a fantastic day that recognised some of the great work undertaken across the organisation and such a lot of improvements that have been delivered by our staff. This ranged from improvements in service delivery for Section 5A drug driving analysis, DNA recovery at fire scenes, and for the cold case review team, amongst many other examples of excellent work undertaken within forensic services. Within the appendix to my report, you will also find the annual review, which was published in line with the Excellence Awards, that highlights key activity and achievement through the last financial year. In particular, I would highlight the section covering our compliance with the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner's Codes of Practice, and I look forward to the Commissioner's report in his annual update that follows on the agenda this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have questions from Pauline Howie.
Thanks for your report. Very much welcome the development of the long-term model for criminal toxicology, and I note that the IBC will be coming to the Resources Committee before the end of the year. Have the costs been accounted for in the budget planning process, and what is the overall timescale for full implementation? Thanks.
Thank you, Pauline, for the question. The costs have been fully accounted for. However, they will not be in the 25-26 request for funding. The investment will be required beyond that. It will be substantial. It will all be set out in the initial business case across the options. At the moment, the costing and the timescales are considered for the development and progression to full business case, which is anticipated will take 12 to 18 months to complete, given the amount of detail that will be required to complete that work. Beyond that, and making an assumption that we secure the investment, there will be a further significant period to allow implementation of what the final option will be that's agreed through that full business case.
Many thanks. I guess then in the meantime, what are the ways that you're trying to improve this service?
Thank you. We've had an improvement plan in place that has delivered a substantial amount of improvement over the last 2 years since we experienced some significant problems in relation to the drug driving toxicology analysis. Alongside the internal improvement in building capacity, we do continue to work with an outsourcing partner, so we will use that lever to make sure that we can meet levels of demand, of course, within the budget within which we are operating. So for the next financial year, we have an agreement with our colleagues in Police Scotland and the Crown Office in relation to timescales for the end-to-end process, but also in relation to controlling the level of demand around the use of toxicology analysis. It's an area that we work very closely on with Police Scotland colleagues. We know that there is an ambition which we share to allow the roadside testing to be rolled out far more broadly across the country. And that is really where the long-term sustainable model comes in, because it will require a substantial investment for us to be able to meet the anticipated level of demand in the long term. So in the short term, it's a combination of managing the demand alongside growing internal capacity where we can and within the budget that we have, as well as supplementing that with further outsourcing.
Thank you very much. Fiona McQueen, do you have a question? If you don't, my notes are wrong. Okay, great.
Two quick comments. Firstly, I also welcome the long-term sustainable model business case being developed. It's one of my top priorities as chair of the committee, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that progress and implementing that once it's through and comes back from government. The second thing I wanted to draw attention to was the BDO audit. You get a lot of constructive challenge from board members. It sometimes must feel like tough love, but it's really gratifying to see what a positive audit result you had from BDO, and that there was a lot of strengths that were picked up, and it was a very positive audit. As audits go, they're never 100% perfect, so it's just to say well done to you, your staff and all of your team for all of that. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think it's fair to say that during the Forensic Services Committee meetings, our performance reporting has evolved considerably over the last 3 or 4 years, and it is really good to have that external validation in terms of the work that has been done. Not to say, of course, that there's not continued improvements that we need to make, and the audit report is very helpful with regards to suggesting areas that we can further strengthen our performance reporting across the service. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to mention, I, along with Paul and the Chief Executive and you and a member of your staff, were in the Scottish Parliament at an event to showcase the work of Forensic Services to parliamentarians, and to thank Paul Eadie for goading us into this approach to actually showcase what we do. And I would like to extend that challenge to policing to get closer to MSPs, to go into the Parliament and show. The advantage of forensic services was we could all take our footprints taken, we could do some virtual training on the machines he had, and they could show us horse blood and stuff like that on jackets about what, all very hands-on. So that's a challenge for you. If you could do it, I think it does. We had a very, very successful evening, and it was hosted by Audrey Nicholl, who's the convener of the Criminal Justice Committee, and I was with her yesterday evening at the Federation, and she was just repeating to me how valuable members found that. And there's a natural interest in the MSPs, both in forensics and policing. But to get closer in a non-oversight way is useful, and I think we both found that useful. So thank you for Paul for encouraging us to do that, and thank you to you and your team for a very successful hands-on evening. Excellent. Thank you very much. That brings us to the point which I say I'm going to take a 15-minute break and then come back in about 15 minutes, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, but I can't tell the chief, everybody.
Welcome back to this meeting of the Scottish Police Authority. We've reached agenda item number 8, and I'm very pleased to welcome the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner, Dr. Brian Plastow, with the Director, Ross MacDonald, with him. Welcome, Brian, to the meeting. Very pleased. And over to you.
Thanks, Martin. As always, it's a pleasure to appear before the Scottish Police Authority and to say a few words about the importance of biometric data and technologies in a policing context. And listening to Fiona just before the break, I was reminded that biometrics, of course, intersect with forensic science, and it was a pleasure, I have to say, to be invited by Fiona recently to attend the Forensic Services Excellence Awards, Martin, which you were always at. I thought it was a fantastic event and some real world standard forensic science going on that we should be proud of in Scotland, and work that's helping to keep communities safe. So I just wanted to make that point before I start. Members will see that I'm joined today by Ross MacDonald, and Ross, with the permission of the Parliament and the Chief Constable, has joined me on a 2-year secondment from Police Scotland as my Director, and that significantly increases our capacity and capability. So I'm very grateful to the Chief for supporting that initiative, and also for Ross for being foolhardy enough to join me. So thanks for that, Ross. With the permission of the board, I'd like to give an update on 4 things, relatively briefly. Firstly, my annual report and accounts, which was my 3rd annual report and accounts laid before the Parliament on the 26th of September. To say a little bit about the review of the laws of retention, which we conducted in partnership with Scottish Government, and which was laid in Parliament on the 31st of October. To say something very brief about the successful discharge of recommendations that we've previously made to Police Scotland arising from work back in 2023. And then I'm just going to ask Ross to give board members a flavour of our current work programme so that you have a sense of what we're currently involved in. Now, there's a covering paper for all of this, so I will try to be quite brief, Chair. So, firstly, on my annual report and accounts, we are a listed public authority in Scotland. In fact, we're probably one of the smallest, if not the smallest, public authority in Scotland. But nevertheless, we receive an accounts direction from Scottish ministers, which means that our accounts have to be externally audited, and we have to lay our accounts before the Parliament. And in each of the last 3 years, we have operated within our allocated budget, and we have had our accounts cleared without recommendation. As members may know, I employ 3 members of staff. Our function, and I'm saying this against the context of the ongoing review of the Commissioner landscape, our function is the smallest and most cost-effective of all the independent office holders supported by the Parliament. That doesn't happen by accident, it happens by design, because we have a shared services arrangement with the Scottish Public Sector Ombudsman. And it also happens because of the way that we work. We tend to work in partnership, quite often with the Scottish Police Authority, and at the moment we're working in partnership with HM Chief Inspector Constabulary, so grateful for Craig for the opportunity to do that. And we're also working with the Leverhulme Institute of Forensic Science on a DNA review that Ross will say something about. The key points from my last annual report and accounts, then, just to draw out maybe 3 things. Firstly, over last winter, we conducted quite a rigorous review of the compliance with the Statutory Code of Practice by Police Scotland, by the Scottish Police Authority, and by the Police Investigations and Review Commissioner. And in January of this year, we found all 3 bodies to be compliant with the code. Then in March, we laid our 3rd assurance review before the Parliament, this time looking at images and recordings. There were no recommendations arising from that review for Police Scotland. And the other point, just to make to board members, is that since the Code of Practice was approved by the Parliament in November of 2022, there have been no complaints relative to non-compliance with the code in Scotland. And I think that is a good news story as well. Ross and I appeared before the Parliament's Criminal Justice Committee on the 13th of November, and the assurance that I gave to the Criminal Justice Committee then, and the assurance that I would give to the board now, is that biometric data and technologies, in terms of the way they're used in policing in Scotland, are really in a very good place. There are always issues around the periphery. There will always be minor recommendations for improvement, but compared to elsewhere, they're in a really strong place. On the reviews of retention, if I can turn to that briefly, and members may have had the opportunity to read that report from themselves. This was a joint review to look at the powers of acquisition of biometric data under the Criminal Procedure Scotland Act, conducted in partnership with the Scottish Government. And the review concluded that there was an insufficient evidence base upon which to recommend any changes to the law at this time, although that might change in future. There were 4 recommendations arising out of the report for Police Scotland. I won't go through all of these, but largely they're about reviewing the current retention regime to ensure that the regime builds in periodic review periods and other matters of a similar nature. And I'm pleased to advise the board that Police Scotland have accepted these 4 recommendations, and the timetable for taking those forward is from now until October of next year. And then my last point before I hand over to Ross, Chair, is just on previous recommendations. So the board will remember, probably from when I appeared before the board last year, that in 2023 we had conducted 2 assurance reviews in partnership with the authority. One looked at how biometric data was acquired from children arrested by the police, so we're talking about people under 18 years of age. Another looked at how biometric data was acquired from people, vulnerable people in custody who require the support of an appropriate adult to understand what's happening to them. Members will recall that those were ostensibly good news reports, so what we found was actually very good. But there were 4 common recommendations that arose from both of these reports. 2 of them were about improving the information given to people who have their biometrics taken in the custody environment. One was about improving management information, and the other one was about having a distinct policy in place for children. These recommendations were all discharged by Police Scotland in the summer. I wrote to Police Scotland in July, and just to give board members a flavour of what that actually means. So there are about 90,000 custody episodes in Scotland each year. That doesn't mean that 90,000 people are arrested, because there are what we might call repeat customers. But what happens now is that everyone who's arrested gets one of these little leaflets, and it explains to the person why their biometric data has been taken, what it will be used for, where it's stored, and it also explains the functions of both the UK Information Commissioner and the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner in terms of the code. So that's, in 90,000 episodes a year, people are now being given that information. And in relation to children, my final point is that in March of last year, Police Scotland introduced a new policy. The new policy basically is that biometric data will only be taken from children where they are arrested for a violent or sexual offence, or otherwise by exception. So that will result in less biometric data being captured. So I think, Ross, I'll just turn over to you, if that's okay, just to give a flavour of our current work programme.
Absolutely. Thanks, Commissioner, and good morning, Chair and members. And firstly, thank you for affording me the opportunity to observe and participate in today's session. And in return to the Commissioner, thank you for being foolhardy enough to accept me on this secondment, and to formally thank the Chief Constable for supporting that. To briefly update this morning on our ongoing works, predominantly with 2 assurance reviews, which we're conducting over the winter months, and thereafter I'll move on to our longer term work that we're conducting in 2025. We're looking to produce our next strategic plan, which will cover the duration of December 2025 onwards. Firstly, the Commissioner is currently leading an assurance review on DNA, in which will be jointly supported by the Leverhulme Research Centre for Forensic Science. And similar to our previous assurance reviews for vulnerable adults and children and young people, we're delighted and again very grateful to the Scottish Police Authority for partnering with us once again in this review. The aim of this review is to provide assurance to the Scottish Parliament that the acquisition, retention, use and destruction of DNA for policing and criminal justice purposes in Scotland is lawful, effective and ethical. So the review will consider the nature and extent of the use of DNA in policing and its impact in terms of effectiveness, both in quantitative and qualitative outcomes, by looking at the legal framework and Police Scotland policy, the actual process of obtaining DNA, both from individuals for confirmation of identity, as well as from crime scenes, its effectiveness for match rates, its exculpatory value in exonerating the innocent, and its overall contribution to crime solvency in Scotland. And lastly, the ethical considerations around current and future use of DNA, including whether current retention regimes are proportionate. The Commissioner and I have been fortunate enough to undertake some site visits to custody at Livingston, where the initial DNA capture process of arrested persons was demonstrated, as well as visiting forensic services at Dundee for process walkthroughs of loading DNA samples onto the database and extraction methods from within the lab as well, which I really personally enjoyed seeing. The terms of reference for this review were published on our website in September, and it's envisaged that this report will be finalised and published in February in 2025. Moving on now to discuss our second assurance review, our operations manager is currently leading a joint assurance review on retrospective facial search technologies. This has been conducted in partnership with HMICS, and I would like to extend our thanks to His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary in Scotland, Mr Naylor, and his staff at HMICS in partnering with us on this review, the aim of which is to assess the effectiveness of retrospective facial search tools in both the Police National Database, PND, and Child Abuse Image Database Facial Matcher, KDFM, for producing actionable intelligence leads and to consider what management information is held, pointing to its overall effectiveness. So again, similarly, the review will look at Police Scotland's policy and legal basis for the use of these tools, their current volumes of retrospective searches and positive matches, auditing and training policy, ethical considerations in terms of algorithm bias and discrimination, and lastly, with one eye on future, ethical and other considerations associated with any future decision by Police Scotland to potentially adopt Home Office strategic facial matcher. Again, I've joined our operations manager so far in some visits to the team at PND Bureau at Gartcosh, as well as staff at Cybercrime Unit in Glasgow. They've provided some demonstrations of both systems to the review team, as well as conducting some interviews with the 3 regions of Scotland. And they've given us some really good accounts and use case studies for the positive matches that's been obtained. Again, the terms of reference for this assurance review were published on our website in October, and it's envisaged that the report for this will be finalised and published by March 2025. I would just like to formally record, on behalf of the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner, our thanks to all the busy Police Scotland and SPA staff who have provided their time, resources and knowledge to us in facilitating both of these reviews. It is not taken for granted and it is very much appreciated. And lastly, if I can provide you an update on some upcoming strategic work that the SBC will undergo next year. Given our organisation is now maturing as we've entered our 4th year in operation, and following some discussion with Audit Scotland, we are now looking to transition from KPI-type output indicators to a more outcomes-based reporting method and starting to measure the impact of our outcomes. With this in mind, we're currently considering altering our current strategic plan, which runs until November 2025, to include what outcomes we're actually achieving from our overarching strategic objectives, and how we will measure the impact of these for inclusion in our 2025 annual reporting. By doing this, it will lead us nicely into our preparation for producing our next 4-year strategic plan, which will run from December 2025 to November 2029. We are grateful to have arranged collaboration again with SPA in some public consultation work to identify public attitudes and concerns to biometrics in policing, to measure public opinion and confidence levels, and hopefully these will be maintained from our previous 2021 consultation. Thereafter, we will consult with Police Scotland and SPA again to seek views on potential thematic areas that we could review over the next 4-year period. We will conduct some internal analysis on the public consultation results and stakeholder feedback before some wider consultation via our website and social channels, and some targeted engagement with our groups of particular focus, engaging citizen assembly and public webinar type work to ensure that our plan is capturing as diverse a section of society as possible. We would thereafter aim for the final draft of our strategic plan to be produced and presented to the Scottish Parliament Corporation Body for approval prior to laying that in Parliament by October 2025. Again, we're very grateful for the planned future engagement and feedback from both Police Scotland and the authority in assisting us on our journey of producing our next strategic plan for 2025 to 2029. Thanks, Chair, and that concludes my update. I'm happy to take some questions on that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and Director MacDonald. I've got a number of questions that board members would like to ask, starting with Fiona McQueen.
Chair, and you mentioned the issue about retention of biometric data, and currently no need to change the law. I'd be interested if you do have a view, if you could share it with us on whether or not there would be benefit in a change of that retention. Should it be longer? Should it be shorter? Where you think we are with it?
Thanks for that question. Yes, it should be shorter, is the short answer, particularly in relation to DNA. DNA is kept at the moment until someone's 100th birthday or 3 years after their death, whichever is sooner. Average life expectancy in Scotland is 78 for a man, 82 for a woman. And that policy applies at the moment even if someone is admonished and given an absolute discharge under summary procedure. It's actually a requirement of UK data protection law that there must be periodic review, and it's also a requirement of the Gorin versus UK judgments. So all police forces in the UK are in the same boat as this, because the primary criminal procedure legislation from many years ago encouraged indefinite retention, but laws change and the world moves on. So hopefully that answers you.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for the report, and nice to meet you, Ross. I was just wondering about the conversation on live facial recognition. We've already heard from the Chief Constable about Police Scotland's approach to it, and the strategic lead, DCC Bex Smith. I just wondered if it would be possible for you to share your thoughts on the approach to it and your hopes for the outcomes.
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the approach, I think, obviously, the Chair and I have sat down with the Chief Constable and had a good discussion about this. I think it's important that the views of all stakeholders are taken into consideration. I think my concern is that this, the use of this technology is often wrongly framed as a surveillance tool, when in actual fact it's used as a public safety tool. I have said, I think, in every one of my annual reports that I would support the use of live facial recognition in Scotland in circumstances where it can achieve something that conventional policing options cannot. I actually think there's a big place for its use potentially in the violence against women and girls space. Yes, I mean, I suppose 2 points that I would make about it is it's not a surveillance tool because it doesn't actually record anything. It compares images of people to a watch list. to be on a watch list, you have to have been arrested previously by the police, and you're probably a criminal. So I see it as a public safety tool. So I'm firmly in the yes camp, but yes under the right circumstances in terms of lawful, proportionate and necessary deployment. Does that answer your question?
Any other comments? Can I just ask you one, Commissioner, then? Early on in your presentation, you said compared to elsewhere, you're giving us assurance about how good forensics were. It's a bit of a kind of opaque sentence, compared to elsewhere. Do you mean England and Wales? I mean, and if you do, can you just say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, happy to clarify that point, Chair. The SP Forensic Services are the biggest public sector provider of forensic services in Europe, if not the world. What that gives you are low cost and consistent forensic services that you don't find elsewhere in the UK or in Europe, and certainly not in North America, to use an example. So there's a bit in there about a high value quality public service, but also in terms of some of the scientific techniques that are being deployed. And I'll say more about this in the DNA report in probably February or March. They really are world-leading, real groundbreaking science. Scotland analyses DNA to a higher standard than the rest of the UK, to a higher standard than the European Union, and to a higher standard than in North America. Why that's important is it's important because not only can it identify more people, it can also eliminate more people. That's the context against which my remark was set. It really is an astonishing service that we have in Scotland. I'm not sure that we necessarily recognise it because we're so close to it, but it really is.
I think that's very significant assurance to the board. I think that we know our 600 scientists and staff delivering forensic services under Fiona leadership are very, very good, but third-party assurance at that level is very good for the board to hear. And I think probably you and I agree that sometimes we do hide our light under a bushel in Scotland. We do look for perfection, where actually if we were to compare ourselves reasonably in policing terms or in forensic services terms, we wouldn't be complacent, as our director never is, but we would be able to just provide some greater idea of assurance, which you also provide. And it's a very important function for third parties to come, to come to the board and explain what you're doing. And I've always found what you are doing is measured, targeted, and proportionate. So I'm very grateful for that and for the work of you and your team, with such a small team as well. It's very impressive, the work you do. Now, are there any other comments at all? Well, thank you very much for attending, Commissioner and Director MacDonald. Thank you very much indeed. Just going to take a short break now while we ask the HMICS to come to the table. Thank you very much. We'll just reconvene. And item 9 is the HMICS annual report. Delighted to have Craig Naylor before for us, His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary. Craig.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I'm going to be cheeky, as I normally am, and maybe touch on a couple of other points rather than just my annual report. Chair, you announced in September of this year, and I won't have an opportunity to speak later on, so I wanted to make a contribution about your own role within the SPA. You announced in September that you were planning to retire in January of next year. And I wanted to pay particular tribute and thank you for the warm welcome you extended when I started this post 2.5 years ago. Not only was the personal warm welcome very encouraging to me, but the work that you have done along with your Chief Executive and team and this wider board has been quite exceptional since 2019. Your sensitivity in delivering change and building the SPA and its capability is something I've admired hugely. But probably more than that, I've admired your convening power and how you have brought people from disparate parts of Civic Scotland into conversations that were difficult, that were challenging, but have delivered significant change and ways forward. I probably want to touch on 3 of those particularly as examples. The first is the significantly improved relationship with COSLA and the drive to better reflect how local scrutiny is delivered. I met with COSLA scrutiny partners last week, and the conversation was immensely about how the SPA work effectively with COSLA and with scrutiny partners. I also wanted to mention children in custody and the work that's been done by the authority under your leadership to change that, to change the narrative on it, and to improve while we're going through changes in legislation around young people within the prison estate. And finally, it's been mentioned already today about mental health, which I know has been a significant focus for yourself, both in the service, but in providing a service to our communities. I remember early conversations with you and then the event that was held by the authority that brought academics, it brought practitioners, it brought key policymakers across Scotland into that space, and we are now seeing change. And that change, I think, is to the benefit of everyone in Scotland. So I'd like to thank you personally for your welcome, but probably more importantly for your legacy that you will leave behind as chair of the organisation. And I wish you a very long and healthy retirement when it comes. But I was also going to be a wee bit cheeky and talk about the strategic review that we did of the Scottish Police Authority at the beginning of the year. We were hugely encouraged by the work that's been done since 2019, when we last inspected the authority. We found the organisation that was at that point recruiting a new chair and many authority members was in a period of considerable turmoil. We made 14 recommendations, both to the authority and to Scottish Government, and significant efforts were made and to tackle these recommendations, particularly during the pandemic. And we all remember those dark days of back bedrooms and trying to make change while you're sitting on your own. The intervening years have seen the SPA develop improvement plans, and we see these regularly, improve the financial position of the organisation, better understand what is being paid for within policing. And the assurance provided by the accountable officer is clear on the role that she delivers within the authority and her team. So we found a whole number of things, and I'm not going to list them all, but we found the SPA has a strong commitment to self-evaluation and to best value, and we continue to see that with the work that you're doing to address the areas for recommendation that we made. You're also transparent in your reporting. Very, very few organisations do what we're doing today, which is sit on a live stream and hold the body to account in public. And not only do you do that for the full board, but you do it for all of your committees. We very, very strongly welcome that. The vision of the authority and your own leadership and also that of the Chief Executive is one that I'm very, very happy to see. But I am concerned that the lack of an advert for your own position is causing me some anxiety. And I would hope that we see an advert soon and a quick process to appoint a suitable replacement. And I would see the same for when the Chief Executive retires next year. The SPA's strategies and plans clearly set out what it wants to achieve over the medium term, but we would like to see, as I know you would too, a longer term vision and a longer term financial model, which would be great if government can do that. Your self-evaluation exercise, which resulted in the inspection work, was one that we thought was carried out effectively. It involved staff, and we could see all of that feeding through the organisation when we spoke to colleagues. It used appropriate statutory guidance, and it has given us some thought while we work with Audit Scotland about whether best value guidance for policing in Scotland is as sharp and appropriate as it could be, because much of it is from, I think, 2011. We understand your governance is constantly something you tease with and figure out whether the committee structure is correct and whether the people on the committees are the correct ones, and we welcome that as evidence of you learning and understanding and how that is appropriate to the organisation that you have. A number of things that came out of this. You have an effective award-winning risk management within the SPA. You review your own position on that, you report through ARAC, and we see that as a very strong position. We would like, though, however, to see more of that pointiness into some of the Police Scotland's risk issues. And I know Police Scotland are aware of the concerns we have in that space. You've identified, and it's already been spoken about today, the need for a new policing model, and have given that significant scrutiny as it has developed over the last year or so. And we would be keen that that still continues within the Performance Committee as that develops and takes flight in the coming months. Much has been made of culture, and we reported on culture almost a year ago just now. And one of the things that's come out of your staff survey, which I was delighted to see, was the real reflection of the culture that is set by the leadership team and is obviously picked up by the entirety of the organisation. Turning from that to my annual report, our drive and desire is to improve policing across Scotland, and that's what it says on the tin that we have as a logo. We work collaboratively, and the Commissioner has just mentioned it, but we work collaboratively with both the Commissioner, the Care Inspectorate, Healthcare Improvement Scotland, and many other partnership bodies who we all have a heavy footprint of scrutiny on yourselves and other bodies. We are now working as a Scottish strategic scrutiny network, and that's not easy to say, to make sure that our scrutiny is appropriate, is proportionate, and that we're trying to limit the footprints we have in different places. There is now a National Public Protection Leadership Group, which DCC Smith sits on, chaired by the Chief Exec of Aberdeen Council. And I've been asked to set up, and we have now set up, a scrutiny group that sits alongside to advise both that group but also ministers on future plans. As part of that work, we are looking from April next year to start doing some change of thinking work to think about how does scrutiny, particularly in the public protection arena, become enhanced, but hopefully more self-evaluative and in a lighter footprint on local authorities, policing divisions and other partners. We seek to drive system change, and we're doing some work just now, which the Chief Constable is now aware of, on what we're calling witness citations, but it's probably more accurately described as the end-to-end process of how people come into the criminal justice system and give evidence in court, or 85% of the time don't give evidence in court. So we'll be doing work with the Prosecution Inspectorate over the next few months to come up with hopefully be an evidence base to allow things to be subject to change going forward. An example of this previously was the diversion from prosecution work that we completed almost 2 years ago. At the time, we were seeing about 4,500 cases a year being diverted from court appearance. This has gone up 25% in the last 2 years. That's a great improvement, but nowhere near where we need it to be. When you look at the challenge we're facing with court backlogs, with prison overpopulation, and the challenge to rehabilitate people, we're not making the difference we should. So what we're now doing as a group of justice inspectorates is to push government to try and look more effectively at reform within justice across the whole system. In the past year, we've seen the publication of a report into the vetting arrangements for Police Scotland, and we're very heartened by the response from DCC Spear's team to really move that forward and to contribute effectively to the Police Ethics, Conduct and Scrutiny Bill. We see there's an awful lot of aspects of this area of business that the Chief Constable doesn't have the full powers that we would expect. And one of the things that I have mentioned in my annual report is the idea of misconduct in public office. Working in England and Wales, the offence is a common law offence. There is one which basically means a public official acting as such, so fairly wide latitude, willfully neglects to perform their duty or willfully misconducts themselves, is guilty of an offence. We don't have that same issue in Scotland. We don't have that same capability. And where we see that really playing out is the attack on the trust and belief in policing and that legitimacy. You know, PC Alan Snedden, who was convicted of theft following the theft of a phone earlier this year from the home of a man who had died, was convicted of theft offences and received 140 hours of community sentence and 18 months of supervision. My personal view, and this is not criticising the sentence, because I think the sheriff who sentenced him was limited in what he could do, but a misconduct in public office offence would, I think, give a far greater message about the difficulties that his actions put upon the service and the loss of trust that he was responsible for. Turning to demand and frontline and well-being, which we talked about in the annual report, we remain concerned that the demand on the frontline resources is impacting the well-being of the workforce. And that's not just for police officers, that's for police staff as well. The demand is significant. We are very encouraged by the steps that the force is taking to build a national mobilisation plan that will enable officers from all parts of Scotland to be allocated to events, to demonstrations, to areas of high demand, to bolster that front line, to ensure that people can get time off, can get time for a cup of tea during their shift. And we see this is a model that has been used elsewhere. We welcome it hugely. It does bring challenges, not just for allocating the resource to the appropriate event or the appropriate shift, but it brings challenges for individuals who will have a pattern that is different to their current one. But I think it's the sort of challenge that needs to be welcomed, needs to be enhanced, and will give the police officers and the police staff of Scotland a greater ability to deliver the service that our communities want. The recruitment of police officers back up to the budgeted figure of 16,600 is welcome, and I was really pleased to see the training at both Tullyallen and Jackton, giving those who are unable to attend residential training an opportunity to join the police service and contribute to their communities. I really hope that the budget that is set next week does not impact on that number, nor indeed the number of the hugely valuable police staff that are employed across Police Scotland and forensic services. Finally, Chair, you're aware, and I'm sure many of your committee are aware as well, that we are consulting on a new 3-year scrutiny plan. The scrutiny plan that I accepted on my day of appointment is something that I think has stood us well, but we want to know what people would value from the inspectorate over the next 3 years. We've met many of you, we've spoken to a huge number of people, we've had almost 300 responses to our survey. It can run for another week, so if you do wish to give your views or any additional views, I would encourage you to have a look at our website and give some comments on our survey. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your very kind words, personal words. I think our relationship, our professional relationship, has a mixture of challenge and curiosity between us, and that's on a mutual side. We have both gained from that relationship enormously. I would say this before I open it up. The board and the authority relies on an effective inspectorate of policing. It goes into areas that a board can't do. We are a governing oversight group. You inspect, and you will identify service failure, which are known to the management, and you may well identify systemic failure as well. Both of those are critical for us, for you to address, bring recommendations into the management to then come to us through our audit committee and see how those recommendations are going to be discharged. So you're a critical part, not always welcome in the first place, but a critical part of the assurance that policing is undertaken in the public interest. And I think you have a particular advantage in Scotland, in my view, that your recommendations are required to be addressed. not always accepted, but required to be addressed both by the Chief Constable and then through our own audit committee and then up to the board. And we would like to know when a recommendation has not been accepted, and we would want to know when it hasn't been discharged. So thank you for our very close professional working relationship, Craig. I have really valued that. And I wanted just to say about this role of an inspectorate and audit being critical but additional to the role of a governing body. It is not something that we can undertake ourselves. All the resources you can apply in areas that you choose to apply, and we're very grateful when you ask us to give you guidance about what might come. It's always your decision what you're going to inspect, but I think we all have a view about what might be a priority, and you ask the Chief Constable the same. Right, I've got a number of people who would like to ask you some questions. I'm going to come to Pauline.
Thanks for your report and for your work to support the continuous improvement of policing in Scotland. Your report on page 24 mentions that there are a number of older recommendations that remain open, and I wondered what the process was for revisiting those and checking their relevance and how you can support Police Scotland to address the inherent risks.
It's a never-changing landscape when we look at them. We do have regular meetings, I think it's every 4 or 5 weeks, with the audit and risk team within DCC Spear's area of business. They're not the holders of the recommendation, but they are the people who administer the work that's going to be done. There are some recommendations that have been closed this year that were, I think, 7 years old in the covert space, but that required a significant IT change and testing and everything else like that. We've done a lot of work to understand what that looks like, to assure ourselves that the work that's being done is making progress. And we do that on a regular basis in terms of updating the oldest of the old recommendations and understanding why they're not being pursued, maybe as quickly as we would like. We keep a tracker of all the recommendations, and I should have checked before I came here today, but I didn't. We will start publishing on our new website in the new year updates on the recommendations. Now, it won't be a hugely detailed update, but it will be that we are content with the progress being made, or we've asked for more work to be done. So that will be coming. We won't suddenly launch it on you. It's not something we want to suddenly open up to all of the public, but we will gently introduce that next year, and we'll then be able to show more effectively the impact we've had on recommendations that have been made, and when the service has actually delivered them or the SPA has delivered them, what has been delivered.
Thank you very much. Alistair.
Again, thank you very much for your report. In the conclusion of your introductory remarks, you highlight that Police Scotland has already delivered significant reform. You also emphasise that there is that widely held recognition that further reform is necessary, but rightly you recognise that Police Scotland doesn't exist in a vacuum, it's part of a whole system. And you express a concern there, unless there is further reform across the system, the benefits already achieved and the future ones that Police Scotland aspire to may be lost. So I wonder if you could expand upon what your concerns are.
It's a very challenging space, and I know the Auditor General has spoken about this and published recently in very similar terms to the ones I've made. The creation of Police Scotland 11 years ago was done at pace, with significant haste, and was then audited by Audit Scotland very shortly thereafter. There was a lot of learning to be had. There's been an awful lot of progress since then, and we are hoping to see that progress and see it articulated in a way that can stimulate further public sector reform as part of our work with Audit Scotland on best value next year. I suppose the thing that I keep coming back to is the Scottish Government pay strategy for 23, which showed the change from 2019 to 2023, with every part of the public sector in Scotland growing by double-digit numbers in terms of headcount and cost. The only exception to that was the fire service and the police service, both of whom had reduced in cost. We can't sustain that as a country. We don't have the tax base to allow us to continue to pay and increase that. And I know Scottish Government colleagues are working on that. My concern is there's not sufficient pace in that space, and there needs to be significant looks at how we set up our services to prevent harm in the first place, to, when harm does occur, that the service that attends to it is the one that is most appropriate to attend and deliver it. And then the recovery from that, whatever it happens to be, is one that is sustainable and not short-term in its nature. How do you do that? Well, we try and do that by doing cross-sector inspections into all sorts of different areas, and to make recommendations that we know will join up services more effectively and will lead to better collaboration. Because, as I say, and you've said there, Alistair, this is not about one service reforming itself. This is about, we've got to join hands on this and make sure that we all reform in the same way to deliver services more efficiently and more effectively.
Fiona?
And it builds on Alistair's question to you. I was interested in what you said about systems change and the strategic approach you have with regards to inspection across partnerships. And I wondered if you saw opportunity of being able to build on that and moving into the preventive space.
I would love to have more capacity to do more of that. We have just launched, I don't think we've written to you yet, but we have just launched the sort of preparatory work on drug harm in Scotland. Now, drug harm is something very, very close to my heart. I was involved in the commission of the original organised crime strategy in Scotland in 2009. And since that point, our drug deaths have gone exponentially through the roof. It's not something that policing can arrest its way out of. It's a societal issue, but I think there is an awful lot of work that is done in silos that doesn't join up. So what do we hope to get out of our piece of work in this? Well, my personal view is to understand what the prevention approach in Police Scotland is to try and reduce harm, and some exceptional results from naloxone. We made a recommendation last year about naloxone in custody. We're aware now that there have been 8 lives saved through the use of naloxone in the custody environment in the last year. So all of these things are really, really good. What I don't see, though, is that wider societal grip on trying to reduce poverty, reduce trauma in young people particularly, and to find ways to encourage people into programs that will reduce their reliance on drugs. The majority of that is not for Police Scotland, but they do need to play their part in that. And we will do this piece of work, and hopefully that will then influence into the Criminal Justice Committee, and I spoke to the convener this week about it. She has been doing work across criminal justice, social justice and health committees, and we're of the same mind. This has got to be better joined up, more trauma-informed, and more looking at how do you stop people wanting to engage in organised criminality that will lead to drug deaths, etc. Thanks.
Are there any other questions from board members? Tom.
Thanks for that. We heard earlier from the Biometrics Commissioner about the world-class service provided in forensics in Scotland. I commend that, having previously chaired that committee as well. I've seen it firsthand. In the broader work of HMICS, it draws a question about benchmarking and how the rest of the organisation compares, because I believe there's many, if you look at the Chief Constable's report, and I commend that hugely for the results that are reported today around organised crime and drug seizures. We've talked about drugs deaths, but drug seizures. So there's huge areas where I believe that it's a world-class service as well. But that's not the main driver. What it is, it's about recognising good practice and recognising areas for improvement, which is not just in our own experience, but what we can learn from elsewhere. How's HMICS approaching benchmarking?
A very timely question, and thank you for that, Tom. We have done some limited benchmarking, and we've tried to do force by force, and it doesn't really work. Comparing Police Scotland to the Met or GMP or a smaller force, it is very difficult. So it's not a like-for-like benchmark and go and have a look at things. So what we have tried to do over the last couple of years is to look at service that is being delivered, that is good service. An example of that is we're currently doing work on conduct, and my team were down at West Midlands this week looking at their conduct practice, particularly the prevention work they do around officer and staff misconduct and discipline matters. And what do they do to try and prevent officers getting into trouble and staff getting into trouble, and learn from that. That will be an element of that report, the benchmark we've taken against that. The reason we chose West Midlands is IOPC would suggest that they're the best at reducing the amount of misconduct across any of the forces in England and Wales. We've done similar things in terms of understanding how Police Scotland deliver homicide investigations in previous years, and to sit 11 years in with the solvency rate and prosecution rate for homicides in this country is quite remarkable. There isn't another force in the UK that is anywhere near to that level of detecting homicides. But they can't be complacent. And the Chief Constable made mention of the murder of Alistair Wilson 20 years ago today. Cold case investigations is something that Police Scotland are good at. They are very, very difficult to manage. The forensics required around them require the person 20 years ago to have kept a good record of the forensics and kept them and stored them in the way that's appropriate. Police Scotland has got very, very many good practice pockets of that, but also examples where it's not been done as effectively. But how do you benchmark against that when many forces don't have that sort of history and understanding of the complexity of the matters that you're dealing with? So we work with CYPR, we work with other academic collaborations across the UK to understand what's going on. We did a lot of work with Operation Soteria to understand what they're doing, and in reality, much of the Soteria work is already in place in Scotland because of the offender focus that we have here. So it's finding the good practice and then being able to benchmark against it that is a challenge for us, and one we keep trying to come back to. But if there's a better way of doing it, I've not found it yet.
Any other questions at all? There's one, well, maybe a couple from me, Craig. You and I have discussed joint inspections, and you've been successful in achieving some. But in mental health review of policing, you weren't successful. Can you tell us a little bit about how you are moving towards this, a greater amount of joint inspection, which is people-focused rather than service-focused, and what we might expect from your inspectorate and other inspectorates to help us focus on the people of Scotland rather than the services of Scotland?
It's a very good question, Martin, and there is the Scottish Public Sector Scrutiny Network, which meets 3 or 4 times a year, which I'm a member of. And we now, as I said, have the Public Protection Network Scrutiny Group that sits alongside the Public Protection Group. An awful lot of the work that we do within all of the inspectorate bodies is silo-based. So you look at a service and how it's delivered rather than you look at the outcomes for the individual. What we are trying to do, and the meeting is next Monday, where we're going to set our terms of reference for redrawing how we might do public protection inspection, is to look at outcomes from a place-based approach. So one of the areas that it comes up regularly is that there's an awful lot of good practice in some areas of Dundee around public protection. There are also some major challenges around drugs deaths and mental health and suicide. So there are differing comparators that you can look at. Allowing inspectorate bodies the freedom to recraft and recreate how they do business is something that has been challenging, but Scottish Government are now in agreement with that. The advisor to the Chief Social Work Officer is keen on the work that we're proposing, which would give the Care Inspectorate and others some latitude to develop a new way of doing it. But they will need to get agreement from their sponsor body to allow that to happen. And I suppose to some extent we will as well, although we are independent. We want to do this collaboratively. So my view is we need to hear the voice of the people that use the service more effectively. We need to understand the place that they are within and the services that can be brought to bear, because they're different right across Scotland. And we need to figure out what are the outcomes that we're trying to measure against without them being too nebulous, to be honest. It's difficult, but we are trying. We're on that cycle just now to try and understand what would be better.
Very positive reply. I'm sometimes struck by people mention the Christie Commission very regularly, and what they pick out is prevention. And yet the first arm of Christie was people, to actually deliver the services to the people of Scotland in a way that actually meant something to them. So I think you are doing remarkable work trying to brigade those inspectorates together, and I'd like to see that moved further and faster if I could, because we regularly discuss in this board and our committees the failure demand that policing sees, the services that are not available for, over a weekend or in the evenings, that policing, it falls back on policing, the increasing vulnerability of the population in certain aspects, including drugs and alcohol dependency, that results in policing having to be called in. So I think the next few years of your tenure would be great to see further enhancement of joint inspections which go across services, where you can really force siloed services to come together with joint recommendations. And I think that would only benefit policing myself, who often, and the Chief Constable talks to me a lot about this, left to pick up the pieces. That's how it feels sometimes. And that's not a people-focused public services. So thank you very much for all your work. I really enjoyed working with you, Craig, indeed, and thank you for your presentation to the board. Go on, if you wouldn't mind now, to item 10, because I'm going to stop at 1 o'clock, to the SBA governance framework. Over to the Chief Executive.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Members will be well versed on the authority's commitment to review annually its corporate governance documentation to ensure it remains fit for purpose, efficient and effective. The proposals recommended for your approval today seek to update the authority's corporate governance framework to simplify and clarify language and responsibilities and to address accessibility issues. These minor updates reflect the views of HMICS in its recent report that Mr. English just referred to, which set out some areas for development in this corporate governance oversight. The updates have been tracked on the documentation for full transparency, and subject to your approval, the next steps will be to accept the track changes, format the documentation for publication, and update the documentation on our website. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I have a question from Grant.
Chair, and thank you for your introduction, Chief Executive. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about when we might expect the Scottish Government to provide an update on an Annex A.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Governance and Accountability Framework for the SPA is a Scottish Government document, that first annex. So we have no control over the timelines for those updates. It was last updated in 2020, early 2020. There is a template that has been issued, and we have reviewed it and fed back on that template. And we would hope to see a revised version by the end of this calendar year. But as I said, Mr. McRae, it's very much in the hands of the government to do that.
Thank you. It would be obviously very good for best practice to see that actually put in place by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other? Just to thank the team, you and your team, for this. This is another one of those complex areas that takes an enormous amount of effort, and you can see that in the document. And just because we don't have a lot of questions about it doesn't mean to say we don't appreciate it. It's the fundamental underpinning of an effective governance. We review our governance annually, and we take that introspection very seriously. So thank you very much to you and your team. I know they've worked very hard on this. I'm going to break for lunch now for 40 minutes to come back to a big issue in terms of staff survey. I want to give that our fresh attention. So thank you very much so far. If you can come back at, say, something like 20 past 1, 25 past 1, we'll recommence then. Thank you. I'm going to commence the board meeting. I'm going to start this part of the meeting with agenda item 11, workforce survey results. I'm going to hand over straight away to Deputy Chief Constable Alan Spears.
I'm very conscious of time, and I'm very conscious that you have seen the paper, so I'll just make some comments, offer some headlines, and then perhaps allow some questions. Clearly, this is the first survey for us in 3 years. We see it as an important benchmark, and the Chief Constable earlier spoke about us moving towards an annual survey, and we will plan for our next survey going out next July. So we see this has been a yearly rotational survey. Positively, it's been completed by over half the workforce, and that's a considerable improvement on the survey back in 2021. And whilst we provide a high-level summary today, our commanders and business leads have already had a deeper insight into their own business areas and are already digesting and considering activity that they could undertake in their own business areas. The headlines that you will have seen within the survey has a number of positive elements, a lot of positivity around colleagues, working in teams, collaboration, the level of support from first-line managers, trusted to do the job. The majority of those who responded feel they've got the appropriate uniform, they've got access to the technology that enables them to do their job, and the majority also see that they've got good wellbeing support. There are a number of areas, as you will have seen in this survey, where there are real opportunities for us to make progress, and we wouldn't step away from them. Inefficiency of resource was a very, very common theme across the board. It scored particularly low across the survey. A recognition, or a need for greater recognition for the work that officers and staff do. Some comments around improved communication. A number 1 and 2 felt they don't get the breaks that they should get. Again, others, and probably quite alarmingly, 1 and 2 officers highlighted that they've either been the victim of assault or verbal abuse by members of the public. And so some of those readouts from that are fairly stark. A lot of feedback around negativity, around the working environment that the estate, and I know we'll come on and say a little bit about the estate. And one of the things that probably struck us as an executive is the need to listen and to act on feedback, and that was another common theme that came through on the survey. A lot has been said over a period of time about culture. Perhaps a little surprisingly, it was the second highest scoring area. We might have anticipated that being a little bit different. But within there, 1 in 5 respondents spoke about having experienced some form of harassment, whether they have witnessed, seen it, or been the victim of that. So that for us is a very stark element, and it's something that within the professionalism portfolio that we're seeking to take forward. Positively, within the culture space, learning from mistakes, a behaviour that was consistent with values, and valuing diversity were all areas that scored relatively well. So this is probably the first time that we've really dug into a series of questions. It would be culture related. It would ask direct questions around discrimination, and that of course will now play into the Policing Together portfolio. I think just to summarise all of that and just open it to questions, the obvious question is, so what now and going forward? And I think the Chief has been really, really clear about empowering commanders, business leads, to take the insight for their business areas and to drive progress in their areas. I suspect one of the areas that we've resisted is creating a massive action plan that as an organisation we try to work through over a long period of time. So we want senior officers and staff to be agile, to be flexible, to react to the survey now, and so that's why they've already got a deeper insight, and we'll work with those business leads to really make progress. We'll try and land some of the updates through the People Board and present over the course of the coming months some further updates into the People Committee. But the Chief Constable and us as a group of DEPs have been really, really clear about the need for activity, action and responses to what we found from the survey. I think all in all we would probably not be incredibly surprised. We knew there was areas that needed our attention. We knew where a lot of those areas are. They've now been borne out in the survey, and we're pleased that there's some areas where there's some real positive feedback coming from our officers and staff as well. So I don't know, I may just offer the Chief an opportunity if she wanted to add anything that I've not covered.
Thank you. Only to add that by committing to doing this on an annual basis, our period of time for action is about 8 months, and we won't seek to extend that. We must hold ourselves to it and be judged by it. There were some areas that were more positive than I anticipated, but in some areas it reinforced, I think, what I'd heard anecdotally from conversations with staff and with officers. So plenty for us to work on, and in a sort of culture of empowerment, as Alan says, this will be driven to a great degree at divisional and departmental level, because they know their people, and urban areas are not like rural areas, and the challenges within policing are slightly different. So collected effort, we've got some parts obviously to play in that, and we'll come on to the item around estates, which plays a key part in terms of environment and culture, and do you feel valued by the organisation. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you for the presentation, DCC Spears. I don't intend to allow, unless members want a lot of time for here, because as you say, this is more about openness and transparency than it is about the interrogation of the data. I'm going to ask Fiona McQueen to say some words, because I know her committee has looked at this with some of the stakeholders. But in terms of what this board would like to see, I think the commitment that you have to annual reviews is a really tough one. I think the board will then be able to track the progress, as you will be in these areas, and the board will be able to look at divisional data as well. You've got so many responses, you can probably disaggregate this and look at, not always, but in deeper dives to areas that you may be concerned with, or we. But I think it's part of the culture of openness and transparency that you have driven since you became the Chief Constable. This is very important for us that you've done this. In some ways, whatever the results are, it takes a really strong organisation leadership to be willing to subject yourself to this kind of detailed analysis. So on that basis, I'm going to ask Fiona McQueen to give a short outline about how her committee received this yesterday, I think it was, and then I'll ask other members if they've got any issues.
Thanks, Chair. And I think the senior leadership team need to be commended for the openness and transparency, because there probably was a time when we would not have seen such wide-ranging results at the very granular level. I thought we had a very positive committee meeting yesterday, because it was recognised this is about learning and improvement, not judgment. It's about making sure that we can move forwards and build on what the positives are, but also recognise where there's opportunity for improvement. And it was we had excellent contribution from the trade unions and the staff associations, so they know their members. I think it affirmed what they were saying, as the Chief had said. Anecdotally, what she had heard, actually, these were issues, issues of workload, issues of feeling valued, which there's maybe kind of two sides of that coin that are incredibly important to move forwards. And we're looking forward to seeing, I think, explicitly how working in partnership, and one of the things I'd be interested in when Deb Spears talked about being agile and having local teams owning this, which I absolutely agree with, it's how we make sure we have the trade unions and the staff associations, how we have their voice as part of that. And that's going to be important to move forwards. But I'm incredibly pleased at the approach, the response, and the ownership that, right across the organisation. We've clearly had, areas, the Chief Executive's talked about areas where she sees needs to improve. At the committee, we also talked about forensics, where the Director talked about the opportunity to improve, and clearly we now have Police Scotland. So lots to do, but absolutely confident in the commitment that's going forwards, and the support that is going to come forwards, I think, from the trade unions and staff associations as well.
Pauline, did you have something you'd like to ask?
Thanks very much for sharing this report. Really, really helpful baseline, transparent survey results. And some obvious areas that are more positive than others, and some obvious areas that I'm sure people will want to focus on going forward. Given that one of the lowest scoring areas was about people feeling that they were listened to and that their feedback was acted upon, how are you going to ensure within the next 8 months that you do focus on the issues that are most relevant to people and show the greatest opportunity for improvement?
I mean, first and foremost, the People Board for us is a really important location and timing to talk about all people-related issues. It involves the staff associations and trade unions. And in parallel with that, we have a collaboration group which is jointly co-chaired by Policing Together and colleagues in P&D, which brings all our staff associations and trade unions together, and importantly the diversity staff associations as well. I expect that the trade unions and staff associations will hold their feet to the fire on the matters that are most important to them. But when we start to look through the disaggregated data that is now rolling across the division, there are common themes that are relevant to ranks and pay grades. So there's a fairly consistent picture that's been presented for us. So I think we have a number of opportunities. It's about that empowerment to our staff and drawing out some local detail around what real progress that we can make, either locally or nationally. And we have set aside some financial resource in the wellbeing space, and we'll allocate that through the People Board specific to matters around wellbeing. And I think it's been a criticism before that we've not listened and responded, and we'll look at every opportunity to do that. I think the Chief Constable moved our Senior Leadership Board away from Tullyallen, so we move across the country. So we're taking really tangible steps to be much more engaging with our workforce and presenting opportunities to listen to them.
Thanks, Chair. One area that's always useful with these sort of surveys is to compare with other organisations, and I wonder to what extent it's possible to do benchmarking with other forces, or indeed with other types of organisations, to see what sort of messages are coming across there and how you compare.
So the company that's been working with us on the survey have done exactly that. And I think, if I'm being honest, some of the benchmarking is really, really helpful because it's a comparable type of organisation. Some of the benchmarking was maybe less so, but their expertise is in this line of work. They support our user and confidence satisfaction work as well. So we're adopting a very similar sort of question set that you would see in different parts of England and Wales. So there is a good degree of collaboration around that. There's always a danger, I think, when you start to benchmark about results, because it starts to feel a little bit about a league table. So I'm probably more interested in the qualitative approach that they're taking versus, we are fourth or fifth. And so I think it's been good that they're experts in this space. They've owned the survey. They've rolled out the feedback. They've given the feedback to our commanders. And we've met with all the diversity staff associations, the trade unions, our official associations. So we've done a huge amount of work, but it's been led by them as an independent group.
Be obviously when you repeat this year on year, to see what's changing, what's improving, and what's going in the direction you don't want it to go. But that's for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other questions? Just a comment from me. I think the really high positive is the high score on supervisors and first-line managers, and that's quite consistent with the HMICS report as well, that reported back the same thing in the culture survey. And I think my concern and our concern as a board would be not to overemphasise the engagement that 13 top police officers have to have with a workforce of 22,000. That would be beyond heroic to do that. but to up the support and training that second and third line managers have. They are the key people, in our view, I think, to drive improvements in culture and performance and productivity in the organisation. And they're probably some of the people who feel most under pressure, because they're not only under pressure from their supervised staff, but probably from the senior executive and the chief superintendent. So I think the board would like to see some focus on that. And I think it is, again, very heroic to do it every year. If it's your commitment, please go ahead and do it. We won't expect progress to be rapid between the events, but we will steady and clear over a reasonable period of time, probably over the time of your 3-year business case. So I think the board is saying congratulations for your honesty in presenting it to us, your courage in opening up yourself to the criticisms of your workforce, and I feel very positive you'll find the aspects of this to find improvement and also to celebrate some of the clear views of success that is in here. So well done, and thank you to the unions and to the Staff Association for engaging so positively with the People Committee yesterday. I think everyone I spoke to said that was a very successful open engagement, so thank you. Thank you for you for chairing that, Fiona. If you don't mind, I'm going to move on to item 12, which is the financial report submitted for discussion by Chief Financial Officer James Gray. Thank you for sitting so patiently, James. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief in my comments. This paper went through Resources Committee and was discussed in depth. Obviously, the paper is up to the end of September, so it is nearly 2 months since that point, so I'll make a couple of comments just on what's moved since then. The finance position at the mid-year point, there was a year-to-date underspend of £6.3 million, but with a forecast break-even. That forecast break-even was on the basis of an assumption around where we would get to on pay, and what the report shows is that the deliverability of the budget is at amber. Obviously, the position on pay is still the biggest unknown within the budget, so there's not an awful lot that we can say at the moment other than the cost of the pay award or the pay offer that was made in October stretched this budget by a further £21 million over and above what had been budgeted for pay. And what that does mean is that if that was to be a level there or thereabouts, it is at the outer limits of affordability for the service. So some really close monitoring for the rest of the year, irrespective of what the outcome ends up being, will be required to make sure that we're able to afford to pay the pay award this year, and obviously we'll await the budget next week to see around how that gets funded next year. So that's all I'd say on revenue. On capital, you can see there's a significant underspend year to date. The underspend is about 16 million, so it's only half of what we had thought we would spend at this point in the year. In response to that, the Capital Investment Group met, and an additional £22 million of capital spend was authorised to be progressed in order to make sure there was sufficient alternatives should there be slippage on the rest of the capital plan through the remainder of the year. What I can say to you now, as we're here at the end of November, during the course of this month alone, and we've not yet got to the end of it, we've been tracking where we are on orders that have been delivered and work in progress that's been recorded, and we are looking at £8 to £9 million in the month of November. So we're definitely starting to see some catch up, and we'll obviously continue to push on that. But that's something that we really need to keep a close focus on, because obviously capital there's an awful lot to be spent in the remainder of this year. And then finally on reform, I think the position is in a good place. I think we're on track to deliver against budget, but again, not complacent. We'll continue to monitor it, but that should be relatively routine. But I'll pause there. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. Grant, you've got a comment?
Thank you. As James has said, the Resources Committee went into this in some detail. There were a lot of moving parts in the revenue front, and we see where these are arising. And as I mentioned earlier, the key thing is sorting out the pay settlement, not just for the current year, but beyond, the affordability going forward. The comments on capital are they're clearly laid out in the paper. Our concern is that with now, broadly speaking, 4 months to go, there are limited areas for manoeuvrability because it depends sometimes on suppliers' ability to deliver. So keeping a close foot on the pedal on this will be very, very important. Having asked for an additional capital allocation, I think it's very important that we are able to deliver, that we be able to say we've delivered and spent it all in the areas that we wanted to. And even though there are some areas like estates which clearly are way behind, hopefully a plan can be put in place so that we hit the ground running again from April next year.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? I think that last point, which you're more than aware of, James, I'm sure the senior team is too, that by asking for even more capital, we have to be sure that we are responsible in terms of our current capital. So I'm going to bring in DCC Connors.
It relates to a point that Grant made in Resources Committee. One of the issues that we know we faced is the resources and the capacity to bring through the projects that we need in order to deliver the spend. When we look at recruitment that we stopped in July 2023, and then we had the VR process. So we are very conscious of that and making sure that our resource profile brings in the people that we need to in order to deliver the projects which will deliver the capital spend. So, and the point was well made at Resources Committee, it's just to offer that reassurance here. Thank you.
Well, the Criminal Justice Committee and the Chief Executive made very strongly the point annuality is our enemy here, that if we had a longer period of time to plan the capital spend, these fluctuations and issues would be far less acute, but having to bring it online every single financial year causes these difficulties because the lead-in times are so short. The human resources are difficult to attract and retain. So I understand that, but that's the current situation we're in. So can I just be clear, maybe from you, Grant, from your assessment of this, we are on track to have a balanced budget this year?
I think on the revenue front, it's all dependent on the pay settlement. If it's higher, if it's not, the figures that James has explained are affordable, we have an issue. A particular problem of whatever settlement that is will have a knock-on effect to the following year. But on the capital, I think with the additional focus that's been put on there by the Capital Investment Group and by the finance team keeping a very tight rein on everything coming through, I'm hopeful that we will get there by the end of March. But it's not without a huge amount of further work required.
I think that's quite clear. I can see the team are up for it, so we intend to actually deliver as best we can this financial year on the budget. So thank you very much indeed. If there are no other questions at all, I'm going to move to item 12.2, which is the budget proposal. Can I hand over again to the Chief Financial Officer for this, James Gray?
Thank you, Chair. Quite a lengthy document, and this is obviously the document that was submitted to Scottish Government with regards to building the evidence case for next year's settlement that will feature in the budget next week. So obviously the proposal has very much been built around the vision and the three-year business plan and really clear links. You'll see that particularly in slide 3 where we're pulling out what the money will do, the areas it will focus on. Obviously, this pack has got work on looking at the different scenarios that were put forward by Scottish Government for us to work on based on a set of assumptions that were provided by Scottish Government, such as to work within the parameters of the existing public sector pay policy. They provided us information on inflation assumptions. And then we modelled a flat cash scenario, which means we get the same allocation next year as this year and a 3% cash reduction. On those, particularly the 3% cash reduction, it's actually not possible to do it because you can't make police officers redundant. You can only reduce police officers at the rate of which they retire or resign and just not replace them. And even if we stop recruitment now and then on the staff side had a big VER exercise, we still wouldn't be able to live within 3% cash reduction. And I think that just reflects the fact that as an organisation, the budget is 87% people and so incredibly sensitive to any budget reductions. It has a massive impact on staff reductions. So the main slide I'll talk to here is slide 4, which is what we've set out as the budget requirement for 24-25. This is what we have assessed is required in order to move forward with year 2 of the business plan and to be able to deliver on those priorities. So the first column is around additional revenue requirement. The assumption here is around a pay award of 4.75, so I would just flag that that's obviously a risk factor at the moment because that's not been agreed, but we've been clear with government that that's the position. And then we've made an assumption for next year for pay award in line with public sector pay policy. Beyond that, there's some assumptions for inflation where it is unmanageable, and then also some funding for legislative change where there are unavoidable costs. That got us to an initial revenue uplift ask of £59.1 million for next year. And this work was done ahead of the UK budget at the end of October, where there were obviously the changes in employer contributions for national insurance. So we've subsequently updated the ask and fed the number into government for that national insurance change, which for us is a pressure of £25.3 million full year impact next year. So the total ask, that the 59 million of actual extra funding for pay award and unavoidable pressures, plus that 25 million for the national insurance gets us to 84.4 million, and that's what is sitting with government at the moment. The reason for that ask of an uplift is what it allows the organisation to do is where capacity is generated through the changes that are take place through the financial year, that the focus can be on reinvesting those into the front line, into the community policing model and supporting the delivery of the priorities within that 3-year business plan. The capital requirement is in the second column. There is an uplift there. The ask for next year is £83 million, which is an uplift of 28% on the current year. What I would say about that is, the fourth column there talking about funding mechanisms, that is a challenge in that we need that money in order to deliver against priorities. But we sit here at the end of November not yet knowing whether we're going to receive the funding. So we're not yet in a position to start to scale up the resourcing, the teams, what we might need from a procurement perspective. So this is the annuality issue that we've got, that we're almost going into that Christmas period. And if you took one example like estates, if we're looking to significantly ramp up, then we are going to need multi-year commitment from government to support a delivery of something like that. So the capital ask, as you can see, is 83 million. You can see the main areas of spend in there. The rolling replacement, just replacing existing assets, is the biggest area, but some of those key priority areas, such as modern contact and engagement, body-worn video, estates, they're all in there as you would expect to see. There's also in the third column an amount set aside for targeted VER to support any organisational change that will take place during the next financial year. It's obviously a budgeting assumption at the moment. Obviously, any organisational change proposals need to go through the JNCC process and then move forward from there. Just picking up again on funding mechanisms, we've also, as well as spoken about multi-year certainty over funding, we've also been in discussions around borrowing, and within the legislation for the police service, there is power for the authority to borrow. We've not been able to exercise that in practice, so we've been looking to see what we might be able to do around that. And then also looking at how we manage capital receipts and trying to get certainty over a multi-year basis, again, for helping us get certainty in planning, because again, the bulk of those capital receipts would look to be reinvested into the modernisation of the estate, and there's obviously risk around timing of disposals, but actually moving ahead with different projects for estates needs certainty. So looking to try and bottom that out. Then finally, the fifth column is just around Commonwealth Games, and just pointing out our assumption is that we'll get full cost recovery for that. We don't yet know what those mechanisms are. We continue in those conversations, but that's the basis on which this budget has been put together, in that we're not seeking government funding for anything around that. We're working on the basis that we will be able to get full cost recovery from the organisers of that event. So they're the main highlights around the ask for next year, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask our accountable officer, Chief Executive, to make any comments she'd like to make before we come to approval. I'll go over some of the history to come to this point, but okay. Chief Executive.
Yes, I might make some comments around the NI, the National Insurance. So the issue there is that roughly. The rate's gone from 13% to 15%, slightly over 13%. But the real difficulty is the thresholds have gone from 9,100 that you pay down to 5,000. That's the real issue. When we met with Ms. Robeson a week ago, she said obviously there was a guarantee from the UK government to meet that, but the issue was the details. So, for example, in Scotland, there are more public sector workers and they get paid more. So if there's just a Barnett consequential that you normally get, there would be a shortfall on the amount that you need for the NI, and that's still to be bottomed out. Also, it wasn't clear when that would be clear, what the NI cover would be, and they talked about final estimates, and from what I heard, that's not next Tuesday, that seemed to be further on, but I'll wait to see what happens next week. So that's an issue for us, and it's a really big issue. The other one is around what you mentioned, Chair, and which Mr. Gray touched on, is the flexibilities, and the Criminal Justice Committee were actually very interested in that, and in their report to on the justice budget that they've given to the government, they make a point that needs explored, and they talked about multi-year settlements, etc. So we'll wait to see what happens with that. Otherwise, the figures are here. Nothing to add in the detail. I just wanted to highlight those points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've only got one indication of a question. That's from Pauline.
Thanks very much for a clear and well-considered report. Following on from those areas of risk in funding scenario 2, which is what the pitch has been so far to Scottish Government, are there any other significant risks that might impede delivery of the 3-year delivery plan in 2030 vision? And specifically, what are the risks in the efficiency savings of 0.6% delivery?
We have made an assumption that there will be an inbuilt element of efficiency savings, and that obviously does present risk. You know, we have been doing the initial budget build for this year. We put a budget strategy out every year and set expectations amongst budget holders about what our expectation is, and we're always looking for that efficiency, not cutting, but just doing things in a more efficient way. And I think the level that we've set it at, I think is a manageable level of risk. It's something that we've, it's not dissimilar to what we've seen in previous years about having a bit of a challenge that goes in every year. We're at the point now where we'll be going to the Senior Leadership Board in December, where we'll see the first pass of what's come back from budget holders. It's above, as you'd expect, it's above, and what we're seeing though is not at unusual levels. It's, I'm got comfort that we'll be able to get that back into the right place. But I think the level at which we're setting it as a challenge in the budget is manageable, but it's obviously something that we monitor closely, and it is realistic in the sense that, if we were successful in being granted this amount of funding for next year, the budget report that would come forward, I would think, would be, a kind of a moderate, a comfortable level of risk, as opposed to if you went back 2 years, we came here and said, no, there's a high degree of risk around deliverability. So it feels like it's within that level of tolerance, and that it's, that cumulative compounding effect of high risk activity. I don't think we're going to have that's going to put this budget, subject to funding in a difficult place for next year. And then obviously, because we are working year to year, it's hard to say where we'll be in the year beyond that. But from a kind of a risk around the budget, I mean, the main one will be pay for this year, but also where we get to for next year. But we've been really clear on calling that out in this pack and in the conversations with government. And then, it's just other external factors around, the environment in which we operate. And we know there's always the potential where incidents happen and you have particular issues around overtime. But the custom and practice has been where it's been outside of what you would expect, that we've had good relationships with our sponsoring body and police division to be able to seek additional funding in year for those types of things as and when they arise. So I think it will be a manageable level, but obviously as we develop the budget proposals, they'll come through into Resources Committee early in the new year, and we're really clear on, we work with our risk management team to set out what the risk is against the different components of the budget, because obviously it is all about risk management when it comes to the budget.
I'm going to come to ask for your approval, but I also want to say a couple of words for the minute, if nothing else. about the why we come to this process, and it appears quite short before this board, but there's an enormous amount of work to develop a £1.4 billion budget. So the Chief Constable and I meet regularly with our senior teams through the year on the budget development group. That's one thing, and then the finance teams together work through their scenarios with their budget holders as well, seeking efficiencies through the year and driving a shaping of the budget. There are many draft iterations to be discussed at our budget development teams. That doesn't take a short period of time, but then the next scenarios and the next steps are that there's pre-budget scrutiny, that I appear with my team and Chief Constable appears with her team in front of the Parliament Criminal Justice Committee to explain our budget, to be held to account for the budget, to discuss the issues of risk and areas like that. And then this year, I think it's to our great credit, we were able to have a direct meeting with the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, jointly with the Cabinet Secretary for Justice, to set out our budget proposals, set out our reasoning, set out our plan for improvement, public service reform, and to set out our issues about efficiency savings and to show that we are looking for a significant change in the organisation through the 3-year business plan. But that will also be a 6-year plan because it will be a second iteration of 3 years. And throughout that, not always, but we broadly have a joint advocacy agreement, and it always becomes, I always want at the end to have something where the Chief Constable and I are absolutely clear, with the support of the Chief Executive and the Director of Forensic Services, that we have a budget which we think together can deliver a Safe Scotland, that undertakes public service delivery, seeks efficiency and effectiveness of policing and forensic services, and can be justified in terms of the spend of public money on policing and forensic services. So I'm going to ask you with that, I read that in order that it's not, we're not just going, thanks very much, 1.4 billion. We read that in, it's a long, complicated area. So there we go. Can I ask for your approval for the budget? Thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to the estates plan, and James Gray, and I know that Mark Sutherland, ACC Mark Sutherland's here. Just to remind the board, we have been through the estates plan in detail in many of our committees and at the board. The issue that was left to us was custody, and it wasn't to be entirely settled, but we wanted a deeper look at that, which we've had at a seminar. We had a long time looking at that. So I'm trying not to open up another big discussion about a massive argument and a massive estate plan. We based our advocacy on the current estate plan, subject to the approval, endorsement of this board, and we based our capital ask on what we felt was a very effective estate plan, but we needed that final step of assurance about the distribution of custody, at least the thinking behind it. So I'm going to hand over, I think, to Jane, DCC Jane Connors, who is normally very succinct on these matters, so I look forward to this.
Thank you. So it's to thank everybody for the hard work. We are seeking endorsement. I'm going to ask ACC Sutherland to cover some of the operational aspects and give some context, and then ask CFO Gray to put some of the finance underneath it, and we will be brief, Chair. Thank you.
DCC, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. As you've alluded to, Chair, we've been through a number of iterations of bringing this both into the Resources Committee, which was really helpful, and then extending that out into the wider board into 2 different sessions, looking at the Estates Master Plan in its totality, and then also more specifically at custody. The paper that's brought forward today, I think, provides a high level of detail and hopefully a high level of assurance, predominantly around about the work that has been done to properly understand our estate, its efficiency, its lifespan, and the work that would be required to either reinvest in that estate or to replace it. I will just take a couple of minutes just to summarise that report, if I may, just as we begin to bring this conversation into the public domain, and recognising the role of the public in our communities as we move forward is extremely important in the next steps for this plan. So if we think about why we are where we are, we know that there has been a sustained lack of investment to maintain or to replace our estate, which has seen a decline of many buildings and, of course, with others at their natural end-of-life state. The current repair bill to simply meet the basic standards that we require is in the region of £245 million as we sit today. Doing nothing is not an option, as this repair bill will only grow and our buildings will get older. The master planning exercise, importantly, is not cost driven. While there are clearly opportunity costs, the ambition is to develop a modern, fit for purpose estate that will serve both our communities and our workforce. A huge amount of work has been done to understand the condition and the use of our buildings across Scotland, the large majority of which were built prior to 1990 and many built much longer before that. Through the work done, particularly using the experience of estates professionals, we can now articulate the condition and the cost of maintaining our buildings. We can also articulate the occupancy rates and the use of our buildings. We have engaged with our workforce, incorporating the operational requirements into the overall estates picture. This has allowed us to establish areas of focus using guiding principles and scenario planning. The principles of sustained community and public access will continue, but this is likely to be achieved in different ways. We are also committed to supporting our workforce, recognising the importance of trauma and the importance of well-being as we move forward. We will also continue to drive best value and work with partners on co-location where this improves local service delivery. Using this evidence base and the experience of estates professionals has allowed us to articulate a high-level plan for those areas of our estate which require the greatest investment. While nothing has been decided, it is likely that we would see early design and delivery of works across Glasgow and other key areas being the likes of Dundee, Greenock, Fettes and Oban, which require urgent works. Importantly, we must continue and increase our ability to maintain and to refurbish the broader estate as we seek to prevent further decline. Bringing this to life will need a £500 million investment over the next 10-year period as we design and deliver the master planning strategy. This requires significant investment from Scottish Government and or a change to Police Scotland's financial rules and the ability to borrow money. While we have an evidence-based high-level master plan, I should be clear that no decisions have been taken on particular locations, buildings, etc. A huge amount of engagement has been carried out with operational commanders, with our staff associations, unions and our partners. This engagement must continue and we must, at the appropriate time, continue to include our communities in the process. This conversation starts today as we begin to publicly announce both the challenges and the ambition of our estate across Scotland. In the coming months, we will know what the funding options are for next year's budget as specific discussions on estate continue. If the appropriate funding is not forthcoming, then we will need to continue to make difficult decisions where required to ensure we simply meet compliance to maintain our ageing estate. We hope, however, that a suitable funding agreement would allow us to begin building the capacity and the skills needed to deliver the estate's master plan. We have an excellent and motivated estates team, but we'll need to increase the skill base across a range of functions. 25-26 would be spent building this team, commencing the detailed design work, whilst we of course continue the maintenance schedule and across our priority locations where work has already commenced. We are arguably past the tipping point with regard to the quality, sustainability and use of our estate. Police Scotland has invested significantly in the understanding and use and the future requirements of our estate to develop this high-level, evidence-based plan for future delivery. Our ask, as you've articulated, Chair, is the endorsement and the support as we now seek the investment to develop and deliver this master plan. We will, of course, continue to bring updates to the board and, of course, to the various committees, and importantly, to maintain our conversations and engagement with our strategic partners and across the communities that we serve. I don't know if James wants to mention anything on the capital.
Thanks. I'll just pick up on a couple of points around the financial ask. The first is the estimated cost over the next 10 years for this in today's prices is about £500 million. Now, if you break that down, we budgeted to spend £22 million capital on the estates this year, and if we were to run at that over the next 10 years, that's £220 million. The difference with the master plan is with that additional spend, we'd be able to actually do things differently, because with what we've got at the moment, and it's set out on page 5 of the report, you can see at the current spend, what we talk about regret spend, which is money that we are spending on buildings to keep them operational, even though we know that they're end of economic life. An example being, in the last 12 months, we spent £500,000 replacing boilers in Greenock in order to make sure the buildings were warm in the winter to keep them operational, but actually there's no longevity to that building, and that £500,000 would have been a good start towards finding an alternative solution for Greenock that was fit for purpose. And what that graph shows is that over the next 3 to 4 years, with this continuing deterioration without a change, that kind of split at the moment where we spend about half our money on regret spend on things that have no longevity versus new projects such as, you know, what we'd be looking to do in Oban, for example. We'll end up in a situation where actually all of that £22 million a year will have to go on patching up buildings that are at end of life. But with this £500 million, if we get commitment for that level of spend over the next decade, we would be able to transform what we're doing now into a fit-for-purpose model for the future, as was set out by ACC Sutherland. That additional funding, over and above the 220 we would spend anyway, is 280 million. And the first 80 million of that we estimate would come from capital receipts from some significant disposals of buildings that are at the end of their life, but they're in sites within towns and cities that have value, and actually not just value to the public person selling them, but real value to communities and through redevelopment opportunities and creating housing and other such things in communities, because we're sitting in some really good locations because of where policing buildings needed to be in the past, and there's value in that can be unlocked. The final 200 million, that's the ask of government about, well, how do we bridge that gap? Is that gap bridged by government increasing our capital grant, or is there the potential for us to be able to look to borrowing? And whilst, you know, as has been set out in this paper, the primary driver for this master plan is about providing the right type of accommodation that sets us up for the future and meets the needs of policing. But as a side product of that, having a more economically efficient estate that's the right size, which is smaller, so not necessarily less buildings, but not having as big a buildings as we've got now, and being more energy efficient so they don't cost as much in utilities, we think on a conservative estimate we would be able to reduce our running costs by 20% on an annual basis, which would more than cover the cost of borrowing. The other point being that 20% reduction in our cost base doesn't reflect the fact that actually there's probably over 100 co-location proposals within this overall ask, and we would be sharing running costs of buildings with other public sector agencies, so there's a wider public sector benefit beyond us. So I think there's a really, really strong invest-to-save case here, which, as I say, it works financially, but primarily it would solve the issue that we've had for many years around the condition of the estate and would allow us to move forward. But I'll pause there. Thank you.
Any questions? Grant.
It's more just to compliment the whole amount of work that's gone on to really build this up over quite a period. In many respects, a lot of the information that has been pulled together over the last 12 months has been extremely helpful in demonstrating how inefficient some of the buildings are, and I think the slide on regret spend is a good indication of the fact that by just only doing the minimalist and treading water and not improving the condition of so many locations isn't fair to our workforce, and it doesn't make economic sense. So certainly the Resources Committee have gone into this in considerable detail, and there's been a couple of workshops on this, and we certainly commend the ask. And there's hopefully we'll make some headway with this and be able to generate some activity that everybody is seeking. So we're very, very supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant. Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the introduction and for all the work. And I think, you know, everything you've said underlines the necessity of this, but also the opportunity for the workforce in terms of well-being, culture, and for the community in terms of access and so on. I guess that underlines the critical importance of ongoing engagement through the process, and I'd be interested to hear just a little more about how you propose to sustain, obviously, the really effective work you've done on engagement up to date, and in particular how, as we move into the next phase, how that balances engagement with the workforce and engagement with the community, who are both critical to driving this forward, and the kind of iterative approach that you've outlined that you want.
Thanks for the question, and I think we all recognise the importance that some of our estate can have to communities. You know, people, whether a building is in full use, part use, or indeed has been closed for some time, our communities, you know, get some assurance from the fact that a police building is there. But the way that policing is delivered now is significantly different and will continue to evolve even further as some of the things we've discussed today around about modern technologies, AI, and policing continues to deliver, and the way that we deliver those services will continue to evolve as well. And we recognise that, and that's why it's so important that we get that communication and engagement part right. At the moment, we have a well set out chart in terms of how we flow and engage when we have to dispose of buildings, which includes both public consultations, which we actually don't legally need to do, but I think it's really important that we hear those voices and those nuances within the community where there maybe are particular impacts that we need to consider, and of course engaging with our workforce who may be impacted whether they have to move from one location to another. So we recognise that importance, and that the master plan to date has had significant engagement with our staff associations, with our trade unions, in the same way that you see both James and I speaking today, very importantly linking the corporate functions to the operational function and making sure that we have the expertise of the estates and also the operational voice in terms of what's required in that local space. The next stage of this master plan is that detailed design, and that's where those conversations at the local space become even more important as we begin to articulate what a hub and spoke model in an urban high crime, high harm area might look like versus a more rural area which will require a completely different service. So that strategic engagement with key partners, and one of the design principles that we have is around about co-location, where it's appropriate to do so and where it will provide best value for public bodies as a whole, for the use of public estate and the way that we deliver police services. But that won't always be the right thing to do, is to move in with a local authority just because there's a building sitting empty. It will have to be for the right reason to make sure that we can deliver that service. And please be assured that those conversations, we've been into COSLA, we've been into Solace this week, actually with support from the authority, we've been into scrutiny chairs across the country as well to really bring that to life in terms of where we go. So the next step is securing the endorsement and securing the funding, which allows us to go into that design phase and to really open up those conversations into the more local space.
So the last comment from board member I'm going to give to Tom Halpin, and then I'm going to come to our Chief Executive. Tom.
So this has been a key point of interest for myself in my tenure. And we talk about the tipping point, and I think we're beyond the tipping point now. We've actually had instances where premises have had to be vacated, and we're talking about culture of the impact. I take great personal comfort in the assurances that have been given. There was a lot of time spent with me as an individual and in committees and the board, and honest and transparently addressed the concerns that I have raised. So the issues around assurance, around us knowing about the condition of the estate, the professional, what the need is, the occupancy, the use, I'm absolutely sure that we are right up there with that. The issues around engagement, I'm not at the full end of total assurance there yet. I think that's work in progress, and it's an area that we need to be really focused on, particularly when we come to what is the future going to look like, and how, because we're dealing with vulnerable people in communities as well as our staff, and that's important. But I take great comfort today in the commitment to that consultation, and that's an area I would like to see going forward. In terms of the budget ask, it's in my view, I've been scrutinising it, it's fair, it's realistic. The point I would want to make is the £20 million in the budget this year in capital, it was what can we do? It wasn't our ambition to have £20 million a year, and it's building from a stage where we weren't even spending that. So that being acceptable would not address the concerns that we've had going forward. So it's, I say that as evidence that that's a reasonable ask. So as a board member who's got a definite interest in this area, I express my gratitude for the engagement and the reassurances I've received. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for your particular scrutiny of this matter over the years I've worked with you on the board. It's been very valuable to have reached this point. Just before I bring in the Chief Executive, I want to emphasise this point about engagement. I was with a number of you engaging with local scrutiny panel conveners, and Alistair Hay was also on that engagement. I know that Chief Executive and Alistair, so the Deputy Chief Constable, was with COSLA. One point made to me by those groups was, and a very positive point, they said, why don't we talk about integration rather than co-location? And I think that is for the future. But I would say that my view as the board chair, reflecting the board, is the engagement with local scrutiny panels now is absolutely the critical area. I know there'll be also engagement with civil society, but civic society will make this go in a way which I think your ambition is to make this. And I think they are a good challenge to us, and I think they will engage locally when they know more about the framework that Mark talked about, when they can actually overlay that with what their local view is about the delivery. So that's for the next 2 to 3 years when we know, I hope we do. I'm ambitious that Chief Constable and I talked about this. Are we optimistic we're going to get our budget asked? Well, we have to be. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the jobs we are. So we're going to plan as if we're going to get that money, and we're going to then engage with our local scrutiny panels. But I'm going to leave the last word on this subject to our accountable officer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say a bit about the flexibilities and the borrowing and some sort of ready reckoner figures that you might want to keep in your head that sort of brings this to life. So James and I wrote to the Director General for the Exchequer and to the Chief Financial Officer of the Scottish Government in advance of the Chief Constable and yourself, Chair, appearing in front of the CJC. And we were really asking from some flexibility around the borrowing. It's quite clear we can borrow money, and that's set out in the Act. However, the way the way central government does its funding, it in effect would get counted twice in terms of capital. So there's really there's no purpose of doing that, and we're asking for those rules to be looked at. So, for example, James gives some figures. We could, for £1 million of revenue, we could borrow 17 million on the Public Works Loans Board. So for 10 million, we could virtually get to our 200 million. And James has already given indications that we'd save, 20% on our maintenance costs. It is absolutely doable. So our ask, and I believe they're looking at it, is it's your rules, you need to look at it, but this would really be able to, we would really be able to do what we've been asked. We also want the capital they already give us. This is supplementary to it, but that's why we wrote and we're waiting to hear what they said. 1 to 17, it's really, really clear that we could do this if they were flexible. Thank you.
And can I ask if you endorse the estates plan? Thank you very much. I'm going to hand it.
I think it is your last meeting, and I think the Vice Chair, Fiona McQueen, and the Chief Constable, and then myself want to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. And Martin, we still have you for another couple of months, and we're delighted that we have indeed this, but this is your last meeting. And on behalf of all of the board members, I want to extend a deep, deep thanks to you for your leadership, your professionalism, and the way that you encourage us as a board to be in equal measures challenging and supportive of Police Scotland. You have also been that with us. You've been ambitious for us to be our very best as individuals and as a collective board, and you've done it with an exemplary grace and professionalism. So we are very much going to miss you, but you have left a legacy and you've left footsteps, and we're incredibly grateful to you for that. So thank you very much.
You know, Martin, that you weren't going to escape without us saying some words, even though you did warn me off some weeks ago. I'd like to put on record my deep gratitude for your leadership, your advocacy, support, your wise counsel, your challenge, and your wisdom. And all of those qualities, those leadership qualities, you demonstrate. You do so with a calmness and a grace and a thoughtfulness. And both as a board member from 2018 and then more recently as the chair, I think it's fair to say that you have brought stability and a great deal of productiveness to this joint relationship that we have in ensuring that people in Scotland receive the best policing service that they can within the financial envelope. And in addition to that, what you leave now are organisations that are stable and mature and ready to move to the next phase of reform. You always have trust and confidence, as you're a keen eye on trust and confidence as a priority, and that's been demonstrated on a repeated nature. Probably a good example being through the pandemic, where the organisation balanced those public health imperatives against individual liberties, and that was achieved and delivered very strongly in this partnership. You've championed policing and you've advocated based on evidence and fairness and an absolute focus on communities, and you've helped secure both support and investment from Scottish Government and broader society. So on behalf of everybody in Police Scotland, from me, from the Chief Officer team and every staff member, every police officer and every volunteer, thank you. Thank you for your huge contribution, and you live a strong and lasting legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Constable and Vice Chair. I'd just like to acknowledge on behalf of the authority our appreciation for your leadership, your direction and your support, which resulted in the recent HMICS stating in its report, progress since 2019 has been professional and considered, enabling a strategic scrutiny body that supports the service and all those working in it. And those words, professional, considered and strategic scrutiny, is what you have brought to the board and to the oversight of policing. Mr. Naylor himself mentioned about you have taken forward as your legacy the convening power of the authority, and examples of that are around mental health, technology, protests and recorded police warnings, which is very topical. Also, one of the innovations you introduced in your legacy, and we saw evidence of that today, is where you asked third-party commentators to come in to speak directly to the rest of the board and to the public and to the Chief Constable on their views on policing. That covered PERC, the Biometrics Commissioner, HMICS and COSLA. None of that happened before you took up your post. So I'd like to just close by wishing you, on behalf of all the staff, our very best wishes and all your future endeavours. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. I'll attempt to be short and as graceful as I can be. I really do appreciate all of those on behalf of, as you say, the board, police service, and the SPA and SPA Forensics. I really enjoyed working with you all. I haven't enjoyed every minute of it, but I have been supported by some outstanding people in the board, in the staff, in forensic services, and most of all, of course, in policing. I have thoroughly enjoyed my working relationships with you, and I have found those so interesting, and my curiosity has had no bounds because I didn't understand policing. I probably can't say I do now, but I'm far better informed about the breadth and depth of what you do, and I'm massively impressed. And the thing I would leave you with is this: I am very keen that we talk very clearly about how good our forensic services are, how good our police services are, because if we don't say that ourselves, very few people will say it. And the second point is a theme that came through today: unless we benchmark ourselves against each other services, we will just be benchmarked against perfection and therefore always lose. So thank you very much for all those very kind words. And I still have 6 or 7 weeks to go, so I don't intend to go away. So thank you very much. Delighted. Right, that feels like the end, but it isn't. We're now going to private session.